daily. Yeah, the reason they pay me. The first one and last one up out of the building, cause what I've been building is crazy. This, that, hard work, mind state built different. All day, it's go time. Yeah, we been on a mission. Better hope you ain't slacking when you run into me. Cause every day I check my back, we ready for war, so know it's convenient. Ain't gotta be ready if you stay ready. Ready and now, we coming for top spot, let's see. Through the highs, lows, in between, you gotta be steady. But you gotta know, there's one thing if you coming for me. Shit, all day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in no time, we came equipped heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in no time, we came equipped heavy with more. Bet that I can't lose, and no, came in blind and I was shining, had to prove my growth. And now, look at me, undefeated, unbeaten, don't believe it. Cause every day I check my back, we ready for war, so know it's convenient. Gotta be ready if you stay ready. Ready and now, we coming for top spot, let's see. Through the highs, lows, in between, you gotta be steady. But you gotta know, it's one thing if you coming for me. Shit, all day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in no time, we came to quit heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in no time, we came to quit heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in no time, we came to quit heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in no time, we came to quit heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in no time, we came to quit heavy with more.
Hey everybody! Well, whoops, that's actually already up, but cool. Looks like my audio is working. I got my lights on. Fantastic. Oh, you know what I was going to do? I was going to update the dad jokes this week. Make sure if you guys are new here, you do ! hello, I think in the chat, and then it'll give you guys like a shout out on the thing. Let me check. If you guys go into the description, I believe I pasted them in there. I did not. 1 second. I'll update that too so you guys can know what all the commands are. But how are you guys doing on this wonderful, wonderful Sunday afternoon as we're getting into the streaming and all that? You know what I was also going to do is I was going to get my music started. But it sounds like my audio is working and we are good to go there. Today is going to be pretty chill. We are finishing up our render of Jinx from Arcane. I'm really excited about it. We're getting into some texturing today and all that jazz. So hopefully that's all good to go. Looks like that's going. I think we got the music. Hey, yo, Kaisido, welcome into the chat. How you doing? Sounds like music's playing. Perfect. All right. I was just checking. The best way for me to check these things is just by I have like my phone right in front of me, and I'm like, okay, I'll just play it back and hear it. Maybe one day I'll get myself like a little earpiece or something like that, so I can actually hear the mix as we're going into it. Cool. I also have, let's see, I don't do the dad jokes yet because I haven't updated the dad jokes. We're gonna do that here in a second. No, where are they? Are they like, I thought I updated it inside of my last live stream. I was just going to copy paste the description from over there. Well, there's the ! Hello. And there's the ! Dad joke. There's actually ways to like gamble your guys' points and stuff like that as well. I don't know. Is it just ! Points to see how many points you have? There's this whole Streamlabs thing, and it's new to me, but like it shows you like what your points are and all of that jazz. I have 3 points apparently. I'm really bad. My points are super low. I don't have a lot of points, I guess. Some other people have more points than me on my own live stream. Unfortunately, the way the point system works, unlike Twitch, all you have to do is basically just like be there, and it kind of monitors all of that stuff. But when, so how do you get points? Good question, Alexander. You have to chat, I believe, once within every 5 minutes. You have to chat once. I believe it's every 5 minutes. I don't know if someone could fact check me on that. Then you'll be able to, you basically garner up the points that way. And it's just, it's chat points, basically. And then in the end of the day, I'm going to set up like a whole store where you can redeem your points and you'll get real stuff, like maybe a subscription to the Patreon or something like that. I haven't set that up yet, although it's going to be a high amount of points. So it's not like you need to spend your points yet on it. But there's ways to like, I guess, do like duels with other people inside of the chat, which is pretty sweet. So you could do like dual things. I don't know. It's pretty sweet. I was like, all right, I enabled all that stuff so that way you guys can use that. But anyways, the way you get points is by just chatting with inside of the window. And then I did add your lurkers, so you have 0. You probably have a couple. You get one right now, anyways, by chatting. But so just by saying hello, you'll get 1 point. But, you probably won't have a lot of points. I don't know. I think the most right now is Okaisido. Let me double check all of this. Okaisido, you have a lot of points. You and there was someone else that I can't remember. Let me double check this. Let me check it. There's a lot of cool things that come with it. And then I was setting up like oh, that's right. That's what I was just about to do. Some new dad jokes. Hello, David. Welcome into the chat. Alexander, welcome to the chat. All of you guys, welcome into the chat. We're getting started here in a second. I'm trying to log into my, I guess I can't log into my Streamlabs that way. 1 second. Gosh. There we go. Okay, I'm logged in. And then I can actually see like the entire leaderboard of everything. LOL with you have 1 point. Let's go, dude. Welcome. You got 1 point. I did turn it on like 2 weeks ago, so it hasn't been getting it a lot of points over the time. It's mostly just been the last week or two that I've had it up. Let's see, we've got loyalty points here. Number 1 is Okaisido with 30 points. Okaisido has got 30 points. But yeah, I mean, exclamation mark hello gives you a shout out in the chat. And then, of course, if you do the exclamation mark points, I don't know how the dual thing works. Then as far as commands go, I was trying to make it so that there was like an exclamation mark help or something like that could give you the list of all of the commands, but it was being annoying. Okay, we're going to ask, let's just see. I'm going to update this with ChatGPT to get some new dad jokes, all right? This is how we're doing it, okay? Give me new dad jokes. Format them like this. And then I'm going to give it the old command. This might be too many. Let's just copy paste it because okay, that's close. Okay, perfect. Closing bracket, and then I save that, and then you guys should have new dad jokes. Go ahead and throw dad jokes a whirl, everybody. Exclamation mark dad jokes. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and actually look at what we're actually here for today, which is our Jinx character. This is what we've got so far. Obviously, we need to do all of the texturing and lighting and all of that fun jazz. But this is just a really rough of the... Well, it's not a rough. This is the animation that we're going with. And then I put some rough textures in there just so we could see the colors of the different elements that we'll be shading today. And then we have our hand-painted muzzle flash that we created last week as well. So we are getting there. It's slowly but surely a process. Stay hydrated, everybody. Stay hydrated. All right, what's the dad joke? Let's see what the dad joke is. Why couldn't the leopard play hide and seek? Because he was always spotted. Okay. That is a ChatGPT. I think ChatGPT is the perfect for dad jokes because they're the most dad jokes that they possibly could be. All right. Also, I wanted to give also a real quick shout out to all of the wonderful people who help support this stream. Here's to our wonderful Patreon subscribers here. You guys get access to all of the project files from our live streams, as well as early access to all of our tutorials that we upload. You guys help make these streams possible, and of course you guys get the project files as well, so you could use it for whatever you want. You guys will get this Jinx character that we're creating today as soon as the stream is over. I'll upload all those things and all that jazz. All right, so here's the shot. Today I think we're going to be messing around with a couple different plugins. I was thinking we would use the brushstrokes add-on that they created for Blender Studios, and then we would also be using the this pretty cool anamorphic lens, or it's just a lens distortion simulator inside of Blender to create some really nice looking bokeh and artifacts with inside of our render. So, and yeah, let's jump on into this thing. So this is the way our Blender project currently looks. It's got all of these wonderful planes that are just flashing all over the place. As for the muzzle flashes and everything like that, I mostly did this just because we were trying to get these sparks to be in like different areas. And so we keyframed a lot of that in here. I used some lightning that we got from Action VFX. And then of course this is hand painted right here. And if we go to render view, you'll kind of see what that's looking like. We are in cycles, and then I'm going to turn on our fog layer, which we can see here. This will help illuminate things in different ways. We turned off the illumination of the fog from the these lights that we have overhead here. And now all we have to do is basically shade our character. Now we're going to try a couple different things. The probably more secure way of doing this is actually hand painting the textures ourselves. Though I wanted to try this brushstrokes add-on. I really haven't messed around with it all that much. I just downloaded it just to see what it would look like, and it's pretty sweet. It's pretty straightforward. It's not that difficult to use. So I figured we would at least try it. It might not be the correct style in which we're going for, and that's where we might have to do our own thing. The other thing I was thinking about was creating a hand-painted material and using that as our means of projecting the texture effect all over the body. So currently we have solid shading here, and even if we were to, one second, we've got to make this so I can at least see my character. Okay, so let's go ahead and select our plane real quick, change this to wire. We'll do that for all of our muzzle flashes. I don't need to see you guys in this viewport, as long as you appear correctly over here. Next up, if we selected our character and we select our skin shader, I think I'm using a toon effect right now, but let's go and delete that. Let's just say we plug this directly in. This will give us the most 2D version of our character, but you'll notice that we don't have shadows. So we could hand paint our shadows onto this. You don't have to, use the actual shading within inside of our system. This is a easier way of being able to create our actual toon effects directly ourselves. You're new here. What are your PC specs used to create this? I think I have. Just show you. Let's go to system here. I'm using 3080 Ti as well as an i7 processor. Nothing crazy, but it gets the job done. But yeah, so this is going to be the most 2D way of creating this effect, is basically just plug and play with an RGB node. And you could do this with just an RGB node. You can use this with an image texture. We can hand paint an image texture with inside of Blender. There's a number of ways in which we can do that. And we could also use a multiplication node. So like, for instance, if we grabbed Toon, for instance, this will generate a black and white kind of image of all of the shadows in our area, as well as all the non-shadowed areas. And we can change the size in which all of that is kind of happening. Now this is using a shader, but we could break this down with some different nodes within inside of our system. We can hand paint those so that way the shadows are dynamic compared to the actual lighting that we have within inside of our scene. There's a number of things that we can do for that. I think I want to pull up our reference photo. I think it's going to be really important that we use that going forward. Reference images, whether they be concept art from an actual art designer on the show, or you know, other reference images from the actual show that we'll be recreating here, are very useful in order for us to be able to kind of maintain that consistency that we would prefer to have. So I'm going to load that in here. So go to our streams and then today's date. And I'll find, let's see, we've got our resources here, and then I'm just going to take a look at this. So inside of this, we kind of want to have like this hand painted material overall on our character. She has it's pretty smooth, but like you'll notice that there's some like dirt and grime that kind of comes in through the shadows and allows you to add in that kind of like extra detail throughout. Thanks for the info. Is more RAM better for rendering? How much RAM do you have, and do you run into limits before? Did you work on the show, or is it an inspired piece? This is just an inspired piece. I did not work on the show. Yeah, just a fun guy doing fun things on YouTube here. But as far as how much RAM I have, I think I have 16 gigs of RAM in this machine. And have I run out of RAM before? Yes, always. But I think you always run out of RAM. I hit that ceiling so often. It's kind of crazy. Even on our system on my work that I use for visual effects there, I run out of RAM all the time. And I think we have whatever the max is. I think it's like 128 or something like that. Okay, great. Well, then let's go ahead and use this as kind of like our foundation of what we want to do. And then we're going to hand paint some of her makeup on. And that's where we're going to get a lot of that extra detail there. So with that being said, I'm going to select her skin shader here. We're going to kind of select more of a color of her skin. She has kind of like this light, you know, almost Jokerish like type of skin. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll change the size here. I might even change the, let's turn off the fog. We don't need to see that inside of our viewport right now. And right off the bat, that's going to give us kind of like that base level of skin that we want to have. I might make one thing you'll notice, at least on this, is that she is getting kind of like that pink or yellowish pink glow from the rest of the environment. So we might want to try to match that as well. And we can do that by, let's see, we have this light here, which is just a white light. So let's just half that maybe. And then kind of like this other light that's blasting on her is more yellowish. So might increase that. Change this slightly to be a little bit more warm. Perfect. And then that's going to give us kind of like those shadows on the ground that we want. And then we can always paint in areas in which we do want her to be brighter. For instance, I want it to be more clippy, kind of like on the front of her hand here and the rest of that part of the body. So we may just go ahead and select our character here. And then let's add in an image texture. And we will create a new image texture that I'll use this as a light matte. Maybe not 4096. I've had problems with live streaming and trying to do large texture paints at the same time. So let's just make it a smaller one. But you'll notice if I select this now, we're seeing kind of this black image that we just created for her. And it's just our matte. And if we go over to our texture paint window, we can actually now hand paint directly on this, our character. So let's go ahead and view that. So we have our light matte selected there. I might go to material preview. And then if we're trying to paint this with white, let's see, missing UV's detail. Let's go into edit mode real quick. Select everything, and then we will unwrap it all. Wow. This is the first time I'm trying to unwrap anything inside of the new version of Blender. This is version 4.3, by the way, inside of Blender. Okay, great. So now from the camera view, kind of line this up here. We know that we're going to want to have, let's just go ahead and load this image over here on this other screen so we can kind of see what we're doing. I want to have a little bit more light there. Might change the saturation here to 0. There we go. And I might not make it quite as, well, that's fine for right now. Kind of want the fall off to be harder. Let's see, radius, strength. I might make that quite a bit less. Yeah, I think they updated a few things around here. Where's the fall off settings? So tools, textures, stroke. Fall off, custom. Let's move this over here and then just, we're gonna make it kind of like a softer hit over here. Just want it to like mostly light up her face on the front. This could be a little more general for me. We'll come through and fix a lot of this up here in a moment. Make that a little smaller there as well. Might blur some of this later as well, so if we could grab the blur tool, I don't want it to have too much of harsh lines. Mostly just trying to make it feel more natural. Just increase the size of that. We're not going for as painterly of a style as the Puss in Boots kind of DreamWorks model that they have nowadays. Instead, we're going for something a little bit more, I guess, modern? Like Klaus. Like, have you guys seen Klaus, the animated Christmas movie that came out a few years ago? I think they have a sequel now. Let's take this. Let's hit the save button on it. I'm going to save this over into our assets folder. And then for our character, Jinx, I'm going to create a mats folder. We'll go ahead and save that in here. And I'll upload all of this as well to the Patreon, so that way you guys have access to all of these different textures we are creating today. Let's see, that's the blur tool. Let's, yeah, the movie's amazing. I love it. Very, very inspiring. Seeing stuff like that. I'm going to create, let's see, a little bit more of our own fall off. I just made that like a really dark gray. Make this a little bit brighter, and we just create ourselves a highlight. Maybe not that big, something a little smaller. Do something like that. And then with the black, I might actually do that. And then we could just blur that all together. Sometimes I really wish there was an easier way to link this stuff to Photoshop, just because I love the tools in Photoshop better. And maybe linking isn't even what I want. I almost want the Photoshop tools within inside of Blender. Let's get on that. Adobe, you need to sell yourself to the Blender Foundation for cheap because they can't afford a lot. That way we get some better tools in here. Do that. And then for the paint tool here, I'm just going to go back to the black. And then let's see. We kind of want ourselves a I'll just blur that inwards now. Creating those fake bicep muscles. Yeah, the story's great. It does feel like a classic kind of Christmas movie, Klaus does. And I think that's what I really like about it. I do like me some good Christmas movies. I'm working on my own actually right now. It's not really a Christmas movie as much as it is a animated musical, but that's something that I've been working on. It'll be my big project for this next year. Those of you guys on my Patreon have seen at least one update so far, and I've got another update coming up actually here pretty soon. The easy layer painting like Photoshop, that would be great. Oh yeah, layers just in general would be awesome. And I don't know if it's a... I'm going to darken that all just a little smidgy bit. And then we're just going to go ahead and do that same thing on her stomach here. So she should have more of... Let's create these lines here. We want her stomach to be more like that. We'll blur all of that, of course, later as well. I'm going to go from top view here, and then we'll just make sure that we're getting kind of like this whole angle. It's all in 3D. And I am planning on doing like another shot with this, so I do want everything to work in 3D as much as possible. And then, yeah, that's how it's going to connect. So then we'll blur that together. I don't want it to feel too strokey. But I do want that more of a hard line on the side of her stomach here. Just give her some abs. So if we go do like a black line, we'll just paint in more of this dark line here on the side of her stomach. And then obviously she's got these amazing abs. Excuse my bad painting. I'm just using a regular mouse here. I'm not good with the... I'm really not good with that tablet thing, man. I gotta get better at it. That's another goal of mine. Although they've got those tablets now that actually have the real screens on it. And I think that is just so much easier to use. That's my excuse right now, is that's the reason I'm not good at it. Let's do her other side of her stomach here. That's pretty nice. I like that. Let me just blur all of this together. It's probably all not going to be that visible. I might actually have to make some more adjustments here to make it more visible, but we're just kind of giving her these abs. Now it's the time for the use of the tablet. Nah, man, I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Can't make me. It's just embarrassing, man. That looks pretty nice. I like that. Although this would be a good time to do it for sure. Okay, that's black. We want it to be white. I just want to hit a little bit more like that. Let's blur that back outwards. No, I very much respect the people that actually can draw. I think it's a skill that you kind of... I don't think people are born with the ability to draw. I think that, like, some people just enjoy it more, so they practice more. And then because they practice more, they get better at it. Whereas I don't practice drawing. And that's my excuse, is that I don't practice drawing. Okay, let's paint in some black here. So go back. Just want to lessen that a little bit from her shirt, creating a little bit more of a shadow. Maybe not quite as much. There we go. And then this can be decently angular. I love that. I really want it to get hot though, like at the top of her arm here. Let's paint the top here. So that way we're not seeing that line. And then we can blur all of this. There we go. Do you guys have any special plans for Christmas this week? Those of you who are celebrating Christmas. Me and my family, we actually do this fun thing every year. We create clues for each other. So we have like a bit of a scavenger hunt to find some of the presents that we have for each other. They get hidden throughout the house, and then we create clues. I'm not going to divulge any of my locations because I do have some of my family watching the stream right now, but it's a very fun process. I'll lighten this up down here, and then we'll blur that back over. It makes it Christmas last longer, because you know how Christmas can be over in like 30 seconds because, you know, everybody just rips open their presents really quickly. It's kind of like a cool thing that we do as a tradition where we create these different types of clues. Think National Treasure. Did you guys ever watch Nicolas Cage National Treasure? Let's blur all of this. I like this. It kind of gives it a little bit more nuance to that painting work there. It's pretty sweet. And then we'll paint on the front of the hands as well. How much time do you have to find the present? Well, there isn't a time limit per se. It's just that if you don't get it, then you don't get it, you know? Some years we do a little bit more like it's more like a what you call like a riddles, you know, just more like riddles. And then this year, guys, I went all out with my riddles. It's not riddles. I made straight up like National Treasure clues, okay? I found every book of figuring out how to hide information, and I did it all. Because I think it's fun. It's like the process, the journey of figuring something out. And mine are more fun than difficult. I'll say that. People will figure mine out in like 30 minutes or less, like 15 minutes. It's not that many clues either. I think each of us get about 4 clues for the entirety to get to the present. And then we only hide 1 present per person. So it's not like 1,000 clues or anything like that. And it's not for every gift. It's just for that. Does that look like abs? I think that works pretty nicely. I saw somebody else made a tutorial online about how to do like the Arcane stuff. They did this back on the first season. And they just straight up went into Photoshop and hand painted the whole thing. I was incredibly impressed with that. So this tutorial is more focusing on doing everything in Blender until we comp it, and then we take it to Nuke and make it a million times better. I love these paint tools though. Like, they've made this pretty sweet. I think that's pretty nice now. They're kind of strengthening here, and it's really flowing nice. I'm gonna talk up the Blender game now, guys. Blender's gotten it. Not really, it's the same. I do think that having that layering system inside of Blender, if they included layers inside of this texture paint section, that would be so sweet. Although I don't know how they would save the files, because currently the stuff is saved by you taking it to saving as like a PNG. You would have to save it. I guess you could save it as a TIFF file, because don't TIFFs have like a full 3D system inside of them? Like not 3D, but layered system inside of it. You could have layers. I believe that's how. We'll do an angle here. Like, it would be nice just to do this section of it inside of layers, because if I want to make some adjustments, I only want to make some adjustments to like the dark or the really white paint rather than... It's like I'm not even complaining. Like, I could straight up just take this to Photoshop if I wanted. But I like the convenience of staying inside of Blender and just tabbing over to a different tab. I think it's really nice to be able to do that. And their tools are getting better for sure. Alright, so this will be her shadowed portion of her leg. And we might want it to be a little more curved. So I might increase the strength of this to match that, and then kind of go down. So that's her, like, kind of front of her shin. Really, the trick with a lot of this type of painting is just... And that's another thing. If you could do like blend modes with layers, like how Photoshop works, then you can... The sky is the limit at that point. Okay, we want to hit... One thing I noticed, at least in Arcane, and again, this other dude noticed it first. I didn't notice it, but it is something I'd like to point out. In Arcane, sometimes their lighting is baked into their actual texture, which is kind of what we're doing here, is that we're actually going to be creating these areas in which the light is hitting her body, and when she's animating and moving, they will move with her. So it's more of like this projected light method rather than using Cycle's internal render engine. And I'm doing this for some of it. The shadows are going to be a little more dynamic, but for the sections that we want to solarize stuff, we can really customize this. Not by adding 3D lights into our scene, but by actually just painting them directly on. Creating a little bit more of that fade there. Let's go ahead and blur it so that way it doesn't feel too strokey. Might hand paint out some of that as well. More straight across. Kind of like that. So we've got the light on the front of the legs, and then this light back here. I've already gotten that taken care of. Let's see. Her arms, I might want to add a bit of light coming from the other side. And we could separate this with different masks rather than doing this all at once, but I think for this type of light that we're doing, we could do all of this in one go. I'm just going to paint as far down as I want it, so something like that. And I mostly want the light on this side. The only thing we're going to have to be careful of is the muzzle flashes when they're going off. Those are going to be dynamic. Whoopsies. Yeah, Klaus has that very hand-drawn look. Very interesting. That, however, was done as, I believe, completely hand-drawn, but projected into 3D. Is that the case? If I remember correctly, I think that's how they achieved that look. One thing I didn't notice until recently was, how many of you guys have seen Emperor's New Groove? It's an old Disney film for you guys that are young. Really good Disney film. If you haven't seen it, you got to check it out. It's one of my favorites. But that movie is not hand-drawn. That was back during old, or the renovation of Disney, basically. That was not hand-drawn. That was actually done in 3D. But they made it look 2D, and it's masterfully done. I remember seeing the behind-the-scenes of it. That was back when they used to have the behind-the-scenes on like DVDs and Blu-rays. Now I suppose they still do DVDs and Blu-ray DVDs and stuff. But the difference is that nobody buys DVDs and Blu-rays. Like that edge light that's kind of coming in here can accentuate certain muscles that we're going to have, so that this comes down a little bit more there. And then if we paint in a bit more black here. Kind of have that go up. Just creating ourselves some false muscles, everybody. Why do you need real muscles when you can just paint them on? That's right, guys. You can just use makeup to paint muscles onto your body. And now that you know that, your life is forever changed. It's just painting on highlights and contours. Or makeuping on. It's not painting. Makeuping. Do you call it like painting like colors on your face when you're putting makeup on your face, or do you still call that putting makeup on your face when it's really just painting? It is a form of painting. Makeup is painting. Let's blur this edge a little bit more here. Kind of like smearing it over. It's okay if it's a lot softer. She's not that jacked where the muscles are going to be super angular. It's a round surface, so because it's a round surface of her arm, we're going to blur everything into an oblivion here. Notice this. Why is it like there's like these random dots that appear when I'm blurring stuff? Is that a bug, or am I actually doing something incorrect? I'm going to save as I'm going. That's always a good idea. Okay, let's take this. Okay, so we're going to actually save this image here. We'll hit save. That's our light path of everything. If we go back over to our layout, we do actually still have that plugged in. I'm going to go to camera view now. Let's go to camera view and then turn off everything real quick. I swear I've uninstalled Blender Kit like 8 times now, and it's still installed. Okay, I gotta figure out why. What are your plans for this design? A cool render or animation? I guess you haven't seen this yet. This is the... If you haven't checked out some of our previous streams yet, this is for the last couple of weeks been live streaming once a week every Sunday, and this is the animation that we already created on stream. We rigged this and then animated it, and then now we're going in and doing the textures and shading on it. It's going to look similar to the other style is what we're going for. We're trying to make it look as arcane as possible. And that is by hand painting quite a bit of the textures here. So let's see. Let's take this, for instance. And if we go look at the material view of this, let's go preview this real quick. Kind of see what lighting that we're actually doing here. And then I'm going to use a principled BSDF. And then let's do a mix shader here. And we're going to plug this into the FAC and then the tune here. And now if we go ahead and see this real quick, and go to render view. I'm going to add in a color ramp. And then if we make this more contrasty, we can actually see all the areas in which that we're kind of created this matte painting effect here. And then we're going to be using that inside of our frame. So instead of a white, for instance, we can actually change this color to like a full-blown like yellow or something like that. And that should light everything up. Do you work in the industry, or how long have you been working on the industry? Blender? Do you? That's a lot of questions, man. No problem. But I work in the industry. I work as a visual effects supervisor, mostly compositing. I don't work in CG that much, although I'm a generalist. So I do what I get. So So yeah, I've worked in the industry for about, let's see, what is it now? 6 years. And yeah, it's really fun. I enjoy it quite a bit. Okay, so we're using kind of like this matte to paint on certain areas of our image. We actually do have this regular color here. We could actually use this matte as well to differentiate an RGB node. So if we actually take our RGB value of our skin that we currently have, and then let's just duplicate this and then make this, let's see, the value can be multiplied or use a color ramp. I just wanted to get an idea of what it takes, etc. To get into the industry, or let's use a curves node now. Plug this. Actually, we'd probably just take our regular RGB value, plug that into the curves, boost that, and then if we use a mix color node, we can actually swap between this. So let's do a mix color, not mix shader. Mix shaders are for shaders, mix colors are for colors. And then from the factor here, we will take our matte that we are generating, and then at the bottom of this, we will see A, and then B goes to there. Now if we go check this out, we can kind of see what's going on. Actually, I might need to swap these. See, let's select black just to see what's going on. Okay, that's actually good. So these should be our two colors that we are having. Might make that a little bit darker. And then I need to invert our option. Invert the color. And then that's going to get us these lighter areas in which the light is on the face. And then we have some of the darker areas as well. And see, let's see how dark it really does get. So it does get pretty dark in the shadows. So we might actually want to lessen that. Let's change the saturation here. I suppose actually we'd probably go more of the skin dark. And then just make this quite a bit brighter. And then let's see. We're kind of making the white area of our matte a lot bigger by pulling this white section of the color ramp down. So the more we push that, the more it's actually blending to other areas. We might have to fix our stomach here. It looks a little chunky right now. But then if we go over here to our tune shader, we'll plug our mix color directly into the color of that. And then we're going to automatically get that lighting that we're already creating there. I might not want this to be quite as dark. And I might make this a bit brighter, actually. I think I might need to... might be misthinking this here. Is Toon Shader the right way of going about this? I don't think so. Like if we go view this directly, and then if we use an ambient occlusion, let's see what we might just custom make all of our crap here. So wait, ambient occlusion. Why does that look broken? Is ambient occlusion coming from... oh, see, only local... oh, is that from the light over here? I think that's what's going on. Interesting. So only local would be only the actual local color ramp that we're getting. Whereas I actually have a light blasting on her face, and I think that's what's causing part of the problem with this aspect of things. Let's take a look at that. Is it this guy here? Nope. Is it this guy here? Oh wait, that's not even a light bulb. It's one of these two ones that we have. There's some light that's causing an artifact on her face right now. Gotta figure out where that's kind of coming from. Okay. So, actually pull this. I'm going to pull this image up in an area that I can see it, so that way I can actually reference it as we're going forward. Okay. Let's think about this. Maybe don't Control Z everything that we're doing. And then... Oh, I don't even know why I didn't try this in the first place. I literally said we were going to try using the brushstrokes tool. Why did I start doing that without using the brushstrokes tool? I don't even know what I'm doing here. Okay, so with our character selected using the brushstrokes tool, this is how easy it is to use this thing, guys. We select our character, and then you can literally use the draw tool, and then just start drawing into the areas in which you want the brushstrokes to kind of happen. So for instance, we know her jawline is kind of like that. We can follow the jawline accordingly. And then might also use the fill, for instance. Oh, whoops. Let's use... Okay, what did I just do? Let's just use the regular principled BSDF for a second. And let's see, let's go to advanced, animated. We will check that. Deforming surface. Nope, we're good with all of that. Let's use fill. And that's going to give us strokes everywhere. But one thing I noticed is that the strokes are massive. So we're probably going to want to make these smaller. Let's see. Let's change that to 1 for right now. Do you see how big those strokes are? Let's change it to like a 0.2. That's a little closer to what we want. Let's see, distribution, density. Let's just set that. It's currently 0.08. I should probably not do this in render view, right? Is doing this in render view a bad idea? More than likely. Okay. That's a lot. Although that's actually closer to what we want than not. Let's see. Brush length. Let's change this to just 1 meter rather than 55 meters. Tarek! Welcome into the chat. Should probably change this to a 10 meters. That's pretty sweet. And then, let's see, distribution is really still set to 1. I'm going to make this smaller. We should be saving as we're going, of course. I'm going to select skin right now. Probably increase the density of this as well. Bro called my name and scared me. Yeah, I do that sometimes. Okay, wait, so that skin material, still figuring this out. So that's the fill. And then we can use draw. Currently trying to texture Jinx, and I wanted to try using the brushstrokes thing, although if I'm being completely honest, I don't know that it's going to be a good fit for the Jinx of, for the Jinx from Arcane, because I just don't think it's the right type of art style, but I wanted to try it, especially since it's all free. Okay, so we're using the brush paint now, and I don't know why it's blue. Are these like massive single brushes also? Like, been enjoying my Arcane streams. What is the background in 3D? Are you currently working in the industry? Yes, I do work in the industry currently. And what is my background in 3D? I am a generalist. So, you know, I mostly do compositing. Whoa, the weed whacker outside scared me for a second. I was like, is my computer blowing up? No, so I do, I'm a bit of a generalist, so I kind of just do everything. And whatever they ask me to do, I do. And yeah. Sorry that that's not a great answer. Okay, here's what we're going to try doing real quick. I want to change the brush width again. Let's make this twice the size. So we'll set this to a 0.4. And then the brush length we'll keep it at 10. Brush scale set to 1. Stroke resolution is set to... The texture is really not what I want, but I'm not really trying to fix that right now. Let's see, brush length, brush scale. Maybe... Yeah, actually this last month, as far as 3D was concerned, or last few months, I've been doing a lot of CG cows for a movie. We just finished that, actually. Wow, that is too much. Let's change the brush scale here to like a 0.5. Nope, can't do smaller than 1. Set that to a 1. The length will change to maybe 5 meters. The width. I'm slowly going to try to figure out how to crash this computer. That's what we're trying for right now, guys. I do think actually swapping this to Eevee might be easier on our system while we're trying to create different settings. Change that to 5 meters. I don't even know what a meter is, guys. I'm from America. Brush width here. Let's, instead of making it thicker, we'll make it thinner. I'm going to make it so I can't see anything. And then distribution. Let's make the density 5. It said I could go up to 5, so let's try 5. I haven't even tried updating the stroke resolution yet. Curves are vertex colors. Okay. I think we're freezing. By the way, guys, I made a super chat goal for the stream now. So if anybody super chats, I'll do a Wordle. I thought that would be fun. YouTube told me to do it, so now I'm doing it. I listen to YouTube. What they tell me to do, I do. I think maybe changing the distribution to 5 was not a good idea. Any advice on balancing work with your personal projects? Would love to hear more about your role if it's okay to discuss that on stream. Yeah, sure. So balancing work with your personal projects. Well, I'm a little nuts. I like to work and then come home and work, but I do think you can get burnout pretty easily. My thing has always been I do things in kind of like spurts and then I take breaks. I think just having like that balance of understanding, you know, you don't have to do personal projects. It's for fun. As long as you have that mental of it is for fun, I think that has always worked really well for me. As soon as things become chores, then it becomes difficult. Personal projects are also difficult just because there is no deadlines on them. So it's hard to finish stuff, and so they can drag on forever. Ooh, I thought we crashed Blender there for a second. That's a lot of draw lines. I'm scared. Sorry. I'm really scared right now. I don't know that this is what we want. I'm not exactly sure how to get it to look like what we want. So we're using... Shoot. Let's select texture real quick. Time to save. Actually, I thought about it. I don't really want to save. I saved before we did this. I'm concerned that if I save every time I open the program, it'll be broken. Really, I should version things up. That's what I should do. But anyway, so personal projects, one thing that I've tried to do is I try to give myself deadlines, and then I treat it like it's kind of like a real job almost, where I try to have things that are manageable that I can get in certain periods of time. That has worked really well for me. And what's also really nice is collaborating with other people, because it comes more like a hangout session rather than, you know, I have all of these things I need to get done and I'm the only one that can do it. Well, that becomes, you know, also a chore. And if it's hanging out with friends, whether they be online or whatever, it becomes kind of like this fun, hey, we get together and do, a fun project together. That, to me anyways, I think makes a huge difference as well. So yeah, I mean, as far as like balancing between work and play, you can't treat them the same because they're not. So you don't try to... I think there's a different mentality with it. Though the difference also, again, you can't make it... I don't know if I'm even making sense. You don't want it to be like work, but at the same time, you still want to give yourself the restrictions like work does. In work, you are required to finish projects within a certain amount of time because that's what work has you do. Whereas play doesn't allow you to do that, or doesn't require you to do that. So I think that in play, you should try to model that as well. That way you are finishing your projects. It becomes more enjoyable when you do finish things. I was even telling my brother the other day about this. I am working on a coding project, and I use GitHub to push all of my changes. Every time I push a change in GitHub, there's a certain level of like gratification that I have that I'm finishing it, because now I just finished a project, or not even a project, but a phase of something that I'm pushing to the GitHub cloud. And that right there is very gratifying because of that little extra, like, hey, I just pushed this to the cloud. And finding those in your life, those types of things, I think is very useful, whatever that might be. So finishing up shots, if you're doing like multiple shots, like I'll be working on an animated film this next year, working on multiple shots and being able to showcase that on the Patreon, that to me is a method of pushing something to the cloud where it's like, hey, this is a step that I just finished. As far as like, what do I do at work? Yeah, I can talk about that. I don't actually have any NDAs signed on any of that stuff, so I'll chat about that here in a second. All right, that actually paint effect looks really nice. I really like that. That works really sweet. It's just not the colors that I want. The density is perfect for this though. This brushstrokes thing is pretty sweet, guys. So that is the settings here. I set the brush width to a 0.1, the brush length to 5 meters. This is all based off of scaling of your project. So if your scale is different than mine, then these settings won't necessarily work for you. Okay. Okay. Let's turn that off. And I want to try one other way of doing this. I'm going to disable all of that. Hi, what's going on? We are working on a render of Jinx. Working on a couple different ways. I'm actually doing more of like a look dev portion of this. I haven't researched at all how to do this. So there's the hand painted method, which we can drop to.
there's the shading method, which I'm about to show you, and then there's the brush strokes method, which we just tested. But I wanted to see if, can we do brush strokes? If you run the animation, the brush strokes follows the model animation. That is correct. And it does because I checked the animated thing here. Create brush strokes layers for animated brush strokes flow. So, I believe that's how that works. Let's try brush strokes, black and white texture. Oh, that's nice. I like this. Let's save this image. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to save this. I'm going to open up Photoshop. I have an idea, guys. This is another idea. We have kind of like this, maybe not that one. Let's try a few different ones. That's a little too messy. I don't want it to be messy. I just want it to have like that gritty kind of hand paint texture. Not that. Not that. Definitely not that. And then if I open this up, let's see. Let's go to our downloads real quick. And yeah, this says Adobe written all over it. Definitely don't recommend doing this, but we're going to con the system here. I might actually get in trouble for this. I mean, I'm not going to get in trouble for this unless one of you guys report me, but we're painting out some watermarks here. Adobe stop. I'm not making money off this anyways, so I'm justifying this in my head as I'm doing it. Yeah, you can't have watermarks. Like, watermarks these days don't mean anything because you could just paint them out super easy. Just select all of these Adobes that you guys can't see. We're getting rid of the Adobes. Adobe takes enough of my money, okay? Oopsies. There we go. All right. And then we'll just hit generative fill. Generate it. And then I don't like how dark that gets over there, so we'll probably have to readjust that as well. It's not super difficult. Boom. And then select that whole section there and generate that. I don't really like how dark that gets either. Mostly trying to maintain this. Let's see what that looks like. Nope. Let's take this whole thing and then we just merge these layers together. And if we use the heal brush, I think there's a way we could do it this way. How do I make this bigger? How do I make my brush bigger? Can I do that easily without... Oh, it's Alt. There we go. Hand painted on a base color or normal? On probably the... Oh, you know what? Normals actually might not be a bad way of doing that. Good idea. I really don't like this texture I'm doing. Let's find a different one. It's not working. It's not working for me. Let's do brush strokes. Let's see. Grunge. Oil painting. We'll go with oil painting. That was the one we were just looking at. That's actually pretty sweet. Can't you search? Isn't there a used Adobe to remove the Adobe? Yes. I used Adobe to remove the Adobe thing. Let's see. Let's see. Convert image to normal. Normal maps. There might be a way of doing this. Let's try it. Let's see what it looks like. That's a scary name right there. I don't like any of that. Let's do brush strokes and oil painting. And then with this, let's see, I don't even know what this is. Let's find our image. Oops, that's not even the correct one. Though, honestly, yeah, it looks pretty sweet. Let's just download the normal map. Save that. Go back over to our Blender project. Does it have the... because that's the one that still has the Adobe in it. I wonder if that's going to appear on our character. Select our dude. Skin material. And I like this idea of using a normal map, so we will load in our image texture now from our downloads page. And that should look like that. And that's using UV, but I'm wondering if we can swap this to like something that actually works. And then if I use the value node, plug that into the scale and... okay, then this gets plugged directly into our normals. But we're going to need to take this image texture here and then do a normal map. Plug that into the normals, that gets plugged into there. And then if we change our strength here to something smaller, I think just because we didn't actually UV unwrap this correct is what we're going to run into problems with. Unwrap the mesh from the object being edited. Minimal stretch. Smart UV. Light map. Follow active quads. Let's try that. And then we'll remove our value node there and then just use UVs. Man, we are going to probably have to manually UV unwrap this, aren't we? Might actually have to. Nothing sounds more unfun to me than doing that. What's an easy way of doing it? Do I just select this center vertice group here, and that way we can actually mark this as a seam? Hello, I'm shift selecting. What is going on here? Can I not shift select my bounding box? I guess not. I guess you can't shift. I was thinking about this as a Photoshop, but this isn't Photoshop. This is not Photoshop. Did you guys know that Blender is not Photoshop? Okay. So that selects the whole thing. Guys, don't look at me as like a professional. I don't even like know how to UV unwrap. I'm making this up as I'm going along. Someone save me. This is not my job. Oh my gosh. Let's see. That goes on to the inside of the butt there. And then we should have it go down like so. Yeah, if I could never have to do this in my life again, I think I'd be happy. I'm not a normals dude. I'm not a UV, sorry, not even a normals dude. I'm not a UV unwrapper, okay? So I'm just selecting her back there, and then can we mark that as a seam? Marks, oops. I did the opposite. Mark as seam. So that creates a seam down her backside and that part. I'm going to select this back leg here as well as this back leg there, and then I'm going to say mark as seam. And I don't know if that will, so that goes up the back of her head, right? I think because of that, if I select everything and then I say nope. This is going great. No, it's not. Scaled, add fraction, axis aligned vertical. Does that just follow my... It doesn't, because I can already see that it's screwed up there. Can we do like follow active quads? Will that work better? No. Oh no, guys. Let me select her face here. Can we just do one thing at a time? Maybe that works better. Okay, and then the rest of her body. That works nice. You know what? Another thing we could do is, let's load... Oh, why didn't I think of this to begin with? Take the normal map. Okay. Yes. Take the normal map, and let's do image adjustments. Let's do, what is that, actually? I need to do offset. That's right. And then let's vertically offset this thing. Like so. So that way it puts the line right there. And if we select kind of just this center section here and just do generative fill, we're going to create a seamless texture. So we're doing side to side seamless first. Merge that together. Merge layers. And then let's go back over here to filter and oh no. Go to filter, other, and then offset. And this time we are not going to do horizontal. We are only going to do vertical. So let's vertically adjust this thing. And now you see that line that's going all the way through. We're just going to select it. You guys see the Adobes everywhere? We've got Adobes everywhere. Wow, 17 people watching. That's the most I've ever had watching at one time. Well, welcome, people. All right, and so then that's going to create ourselves a seamless texture. So now we have left to right seamless, and then we have up and down seamless. So now, with that being said, we'll go ahead and export this image. This will give us a new... Oh, there's all my thumbnails. You got to see every thumbnail I've ever made. Normal map 2. And if we go over into our window here, I'm going to find ourselves normal map 2 that we already created. And that will create ourselves a seamless texture. So if we change the value of this guy to like a higher number inside of our scale, then that should at least create more of a seamless material throughout. Perfect. Okay. Now, I wasn't planning on using normals. One of the problems that I have currently is that the color space, you want to make this non-cut. Oh my god. Let's go. So we make that non-color. I guess, oh, because I didn't set up color management inside of this new version of Blender. What? I didn't set up new color management and it still has Aces CG as an option? Did they add that into the official Blender release? That makes my life 1,000 times easier. Well then, I think I'm very happy with this new version of Blender. So that gets plugged here into our normal map, which then goes into normal. How long have you been running your YouTube channel? Those were a lot of thumbnails. Yes. I've been, because I live stream once a week. So, you have a thumbnail for every live stream that you do, then that adds up. And then we also release cut downs on the YouTube channel as well. So, lots of thumbnails. How the hell do you start making your own animations in Blender? With your own unique art style inspired by Spider-Man Arcane. Well, unique or inspired. Can't have both. Blender's so big you have no idea. One thing at a time, man. Create single images inside of Blender. Don't try to do a whole thing. You know, you don't need to do everything all at once. Okay, so here's the cool thing. Our face actually works a little bit better. Let's change that to a 0.1. You'll notice that we're getting that kind of like brush strokes effect without us having to do a full-blown curves thing. But yeah, my recommendation is to, you know, do simple renders first. Start doing that. I got way better at CG just by live streaming once a week. So that's what I've been doing. That's my practice. It's my practice little bit by little bit. Wow, this works really nicely. Okay, so we've got all these wonderful brush strokes now directly on our character. Again, we're still in Eevee, so we might not want to use Eevee. Let's see. That's pretty nice. Might not want to use Eevee though, but let's start working this out. And if we like it in Eevee, then cool, we'll stick in Eevee. But I'm probably going to swap over to Cycles at some point. Well, welcome in, Jimmy Smith. Maybe. I don't know who you're responding to, but maybe not. Maybe so. I don't know. Let's go to our assets and then our character of Jinx and find our mats of our light mat. And this is what we created earlier, which, by the way, should be using our UV, which now is not. Oh my god. That's right. We had a different UV unwrap before. Oh, Jesus. We're going to have to do all that paint work again. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. It's not that bad, but it's still annoying. Okay. Should have probably saved the previous UV before we start screwing with it, but now that's everywhere. Let's go over to our texture paint. I'm going to actually save as our project file and then put it today's date. So 12/22 version 1. That way, whenever I upload this, it will be the latest. I'm going to just, with everything here, we'll change our strength to 100%. And then with the paintbrush selected, making it black, I'm just kind of painting over everything. I'll change the strength to 100%, and that way we're just starting from scratch. The other way I could do this is just by doing image new. This is what's really nice about Photoshop, is you could do Control A and then just like backspace, and then that way you're done. Did Arcane have stylized pencil outline? No, they didn't. I looked into that. I do have some reference photos here as well, but no, they don't have any stylized pencil outlines. It's mostly just, they have a tiny bit of brush strokes going on, honestly not that many, and most of the other stuff is just like really good paint work. Have you seen this one YouTube video where someone recreated the full scene from Arcane in Blender and DaVinci? I did not see that. When did that come out? I'm going to change our brush stroke size here. And now I'm going to kind of go in and start redoing some of our paint work that we had before. Trying to get, you know, some of like that jawline in there. I might actually change the strength of this to be a little bit smaller. And then we're trying to really recreate mostly like the brightness of this around her face. Yeah, that's pretty good. On the forehead as well. I might even, let's do this. I have these texture masks, which by the way, you guys can grab these on the Patreon project files. Okay, so we have, let's do this. New image. And we're going to need 2 different images. Let's call this face light mask. Yeah. Face light mask. Boom. And that's the one we're going to be doing right now. So we'll change this over, change this material here. We're going to be using the skin material. Let's go back to layout. And then swap this to face light mask. There we go. And then I'm probably going to have to manually paint the areas in which the other skin is going to be at. But one thing I noticed is that this face right here, I'm using a different UV unwrap than everything else. You were created Arcane with $0. Oh, I think I saw that come across my feed. Hello guys. Help man. I help artist channels. Wow. Looks like a bunch of spam to me. But I don't think Ben's here, so I'm going to have to probably remove these messages myself. Let's try not to spam stuff, guys. No spam? Well, I'm sorry, I can't moderate that fast. Ben's really good at moderating because he actually reads through the stuff. I just like briefly see it and I see a bunch of comments, and so then I like, you know. I'm going to probably with our texture mask here, let's create a new texture. And if we go over to the texture window, I'm going to go ahead and find ourselves some surface imperfections. And we're going to create like a let's see, what's the most brush strokey surface imperfections one I have? I've got like smudges here. I really love this smudges one. And then if we go back over to our tools, one thing to note is that's going to load in this texture, but then also under our texture, we want to remove it. So we're only selecting texture mask, and that's going to be the color of our paint. Well, thanks for the comments. Sorry if I thought it was spam and it wasn't. My bad. I'm only human. And then this right here will give us the ability to have like this nice kind of like fall off of everything on here. Can feel a little duplicated at times, but we can also use like a rake feature or a random feature. I believe if I select random, that will give us nice, easy. This is easily one of my most popular streams I've had, and it's probably just because everybody's off for Christmas right now. But thanks to all you guys that are new here, that are dropping in. If you guys haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. I'm going to keep this front of her face pretty well lit. What we're doing is I'm going to just be creating a little bit more of this manual lighting of where her jawline is and stuff like that. This works a lot better than trying to move lights around in the right areas. You missed a couple streams due to the time zone difference. What happened in the original model? Are you still using it, or did you change it? I am using the original model. Obviously, we did have to do a little bit of work to get it where we needed it. But in the end of the day, we are moving right along. And then we spent quite a bit of time on animation on the other streams, just because animation is one of those very specific type things. All right, so that being kind of the lighting that's hitting her face here, I might... more for her jaw here. Let's follow that line there. And let's see. that can fall off as well. I'm going to use a bit of a blur, though, on the back side of this. Hitting a little bit of lag, which is always nice. Who doesn't like lag, you know? Like, it just makes life more enjoyable, really. Okay, that can work really nicely for the face. So let's go ahead and save this. We'll hit image, save. Save that. Face light mask, save. And let's see. Let's go back over here to our layout. We're actually going to have to separate these things. I just haven't done it yet. So this will be the rest of the body. And if we select the skin and we shift select the face, shift select the eyebrows, because actually those will be different colors anyways. Oh, it looks like all of that decided to be skin. It's fine. We'll duplicate this and call this body skin. And now if we go to the other skin. Oh, whoops. Let's create a new material. Call that skin. So now we have two skins. I'm actually going to move these up so they're right next to each other. And now if we just select the face and hit assign, our body skin will be a separate material than our regular skin. And our regular skin is using this face light mask. And if I go to our body skin, I can select the other one, the light matte, which I need to find more consistent naming conventions here. Okay, guys. But yeah, so now that will be correct for that. But for our body now, we need to adjust this light mask that we created. So let's, with everything being selected, let's see, we've got our texture mask here. And I don't think we have any texture selected. No, we don't. Let's go to the paintbrush, remove our texture, select black, just make it really big, and then change the strength here to a 1, and that way we're starting over from scratch. This is the other material. So we already have the face done. Now we're going to paint the rest of the body. So with everything being black, you'll notice that the rest of her skin doesn't have any matte associated with it yet. So for our texture mask, select the same textures we had before, and perfect. I'm going to set that to a nice full white while changing the strength to be a little bit lower so that way we can blend things a little bit easier. Man, I really liked our abs that we painted earlier. I guess that's unfortunate. Let's get the general kind of like shoulder down here. We'll probably do that. Oh, whoops. We'll do like kind of like more on the cusp there. I think something like that. Bringing that over. And then, of course, her hands. Overall, her abs. Who doesn't like some good abs? I don't have any abs. I got a fat belly. I don't like having to get abs, but I would want abs. You know what I'm saying? Who doesn't want abs? Let's change this back to our texture mask here, and we're going to paint some more onto this guy. Change our strength as well. I just keep doing this in the wrong order. There we go. Let's just do that. That's the other thing. Can we have multiple brushes? I guess you can. These are all brushes down here, aren't they? Probably make custom brushes. Wow. I'm not utilizing the tools to their fullest abilities. This is like an ad for Blender. I've done this wrong. I can do this way better. Using this new version of Blender, I have the ability to now create brushes that I didn't know I could do before. Okay, let's create like a bit of a hard edge on our stomach here. Is what we're going for. And then we'll blur that. I like the idea that that really falls off there. And perfect. I think, though, we want to create some nice abs. Again, just kind of like following that. Change the strength. A little far right. Let's, yeah, that's about right. And then over here. And then she, what, has like more of like a triangle-y thingy there. Thank you so much, Ambient. Appreciate it. Slowly but surely getting it done. Just hand painting on some abs right now. Just going to start doing that to myself every morning before I go out. I'm just going to hand paint some abs on. How long have I been doing 3D for? I first downloaded Blender when I was 7 years old. Blender version 2.49, I think. I think that's the version of Blender. Blender 2... I think it was 2.49. 2.49B. Okay, so how's that for some abs, guys? I'm getting good at drawing abs. That's the first version of Blender I was using, and I still suck at it. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, for a while I really didn't understand Blender that well. I just used it for things like I made it Star Wars short films when I was growing up and stuff like that. That was the stuff I enjoyed doing the most. Assume you're around 27. Dude, you guessed my exact age. 27. At least you didn't say 50 something. I had a dude say I looked like I was 50 years old. I go to these mixers, industry mixers every now and then. And this guy was like, "Yeah, you look like you're like 50s." I was like, "I do?" I didn't think I looked like I was 50. I was like, "I get it. I don't look amazing, all right? I'm not like good looking, but like I don't think I look like I'm 50." That stuck with me. You know how things stick with you in life? That stuck with me. I don't think I've ever fully recovered from that. Yeah, we have similar styles. I'm the same age. That's why I guessed it. The learning curve in Blender is high. It really is. And back when I was first learning, I wasn't allowed on YouTube. It's a little more strict household growing up. And because of that, I didn't ever watch any tutorials. So very much self-taught, which means that I did things wrong for a very long time. It's funny, the first animations I ever did, I didn't know how to animate because I didn't know how to keyframe animate. But I did know, so back then Blender had the Blender game engine. I don't know how much you guys know of that for all you newer people to Blender. But there was this Blender game engine which allowed you to make video games with inside of it. Now, I was first learning Blender for more of the game engine aspect of things. I wasn't really trying to be an animator. And so I used Blender's game engine to create video games. And so if I ever did make animations, it was using the game engine and then screen recording with Fraps, if you guys know what that is. Now there's like OBS, which is like actually good, but Fraps was like the name of the game back in the day. And Fraps was awesome, kind of. Not really, but I mean, it worked. He got the job done all right. Let's do that. I'll create kind of like this edge light. That's what we're trying to do here. And so I would, the first ever animated anything I did was a helicopter, because it's as simple as like a thing can get, and it was basically a sphere for the cockpit, but all it was just rotating propeller blades that I would screen record, and it was over gray, so I didn't know how to really comp that out. But if you made like a blue background or anything like that with solids, you can kind of like have a sky. That was the first thing I ever made for a film thing, and I don't think anyone really ever saw that. It wasn't good enough for anyone. Just really experimenting. The first actual thing that's on YouTube still to this day, by the way. Not on this YouTube channel. You guys won't be able to find it. It's on a hidden YouTube channel. I made an animated rock that was flying through the air. That was actually done in the Blender internal render engine, which they don't even have anymore. Which I think Cycles is kind of, or not Cycles, Eevee's kind of taken the place of that. Used Unity only. You did a small 2D side-scroller game, made assets in AE Sprite. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, I used Unity growing up too. Because as I said, I mean, I was into game design, and back then Unity cost money, and then it was free. I remember when they made it, it was like, oh, as long as you make less than $100,000 a year. And I was like, okay, as long as I don't make more than that, I'm good to use this. And I'm like, dude, like, you're not making $100,000 a year. Like, that's not happening anytime soon. That's not happening anytime soon. Well, I like how that was like a legitimate concern of mine. I was like, well, what if I made a game and then I made that much money? It's like, you're not going to. Oh, man. The naivety of kids is laughable. It's kind of blurring all this. We don't really need the texture of this, especially since we're having brushstrokes coming through elsewhere. But using this as the initial pass kind of gave us those patchiness to the lights, to everything. So that's pretty nice. I love our abs, guys, that we're painting on here. Oh, man. Some good old abs. Might make this a little bit bigger. And then blur all of that. So belly button. And then wasn't the lighting done in Nuke for Arcane? I don't think so. I don't actually know how. I haven't seen too much behind the scenes about how they've done that. I'm kind of painting on some of the lighting here, as you can see. Actually don't know what software they animated Arcane in, to be completely honest. Alright, let's take this and hit the save button now, and then go back over to our layout. Maya. Well, it makes sense that they did it in Maya. Everybody uses Maya. So this is our regular skin material that we have here. We probably want... Let's use a mix shader. I don't want to use an emission shader, but I almost want to. So if that's plugged into the B input of mix shader. Let's plug that into the principled at the top, and then of course our FAC. And now allow us to light those areas a little bit better. Swap this to an RGB with the same value, oh my gosh, our same value as our base texture. Plug that into the color here. I might even make this a little bit more red or something like that. Great. That is her body skin. I'll do probably the same thing over here. So mix shader. Just duplicate all of our settings. Copy. Paste. And I don't know. Let's see. Let's take our color. Let's do like a color ramp. And all we're going to do is make it so that the areas that are white are not completely white. So that way it's kind of like adding it over top of our other. Perfect. I was thinking the other day what Arcane reminded you of. It was a similar style of the game Dishonored. I haven't played that before. And that is not working for that shader. Let's... Perfect. And then we'll swap this over to cycles. And change the intensity value of this brush strokes to be like a 0.5 maybe. Much better. And now let's take our principled BSDF. I really don't like this emission, so let's try using this instead. We get that area to really light up rather than just using gotta think through this. We have I mean, we can always use the emission directly here. Just, I don't like the idea. I don't like that idea as much. Unless we lessen that. What does our ambient occlusion look like? Because I think that's what we're missing when it does brighten up is the heavy shadows throughout. Okay, why is that? We'll do a color ramp and make this more contrasty. Let's see what the self collision is really getting us here. Beautiful. And then now, we have this material here. Let's use a mix color after this guy. And then everywhere that is white, we want to have this material. And we're going to be using this ambient as our FAC. So let's go ahead and move that up here. Let's go ahead and view that real quick. So that way we're keeping those shadows in while also painting on that effect that we had. Kind of keeping a lot of that detail throughout. Okay, great. And then this now, let's move this forward. And let's clean this up as well. So this mix color right now will then get plugged directly as a matte into our FAC of our mix shader up there. And if we go ahead and view that, we should be getting that effect a little bit better. So now let's go ahead and boost our emission that's getting blasted onto the face. And I might want to make this a little bit warmer. Okay. Now, I don't like... want the shadows to be quite a bit darker, so we actually have this ambient occlusion that we're already using here. I might want to use this to actually make our shadows deeper, so let's go ahead and use this same ambient occlusion with the color ramp that we have. And let's take probably this top principled BSDF that we have up here. Let's move this ambient occlusion a little bit further back. I'm going to use that same matte into the FAC. And we have this base color up here, so let's create an RGB color that is using the exact same material that we currently have. And then I'm going to create probably a whole separate RGB, because that way we can control what the shadows look like. So if I make this like a really deep dark color like that, then and we go and view our ambient occlusion, we'll notice that everywhere that is white, we're going to want to have our original color that we had. So this as our body texture will go into the B input. And then everywhere that is dark, we kind of want to have this custom shadows material that we're making for that. So that'll go into the A input. So now if we go and view that mix node, you'll kind of see exactly what's happening there. This then can get plugged directly into our principled BSDF base color. And then that way we are really like dramatizing the amount of shadows that we're getting on our image. One important thing to do on top of that is maybe let's go ahead and duplicate this color ramp and have that plugged into the color values here. And then we want to make sure that the white is very white until it hits the shadow. So depending on how much angular effect we want on our face is really how much we're going to fade that into here, I think. But we want to make sure that the matte is for sure white in certain areas and it's not gray, because if it's gray then it's going to be mixing these two colors back together. So that plugs back over here into the factor coming out of this color ramp that we're doing. And then again, if we go look at that, you'll see that our shadows are in very specific areas that we want to have. Probably not as dark, but certainly darker than the rest. And if we go view our principled BSDF, we're going to get a lot of those shadows now being created here. I don't know if we want it quite as red. Let's change the hue of this. It might even go blue almost. More of like a purplish color. That can be darker. Let's see. Make that a little less contrasty so that way we're getting a little bit more of a fade. I like that. Trying to create more of a jawline here, which we can also paint in shadows as well. The same way that we're painting in the light effect, we can paint in shadows in very specific areas. But this ambient occlusion will give us, you know, more of an angular look to certain areas. I really like that effect now. And then that encompassed with everything else that we're doing here, we're going to be lifting up the rest of the face. It might not make it quite as purple. Let's just... don't really like any of that. Okay, let's see what the rest of the body looks like with this. So I'm going to just copy everything that we just made for changes, and then we're going to paste that over onto our body. So let's go ahead and delete everything in here and then paste this. Very manual way of making our own shadows, our own shading inside of here. Instead of using the face light mask, we're going to want to swap this over to our light matte. We'll have the correct shadows on that. Beautiful. I might want our normals to not be as many, so, or as heavy. So let's just bring that back quite a bit. Let's go take a look at that now. We have to put her tattoos on her body, of course, as well. So that is another thing to consider here. That looks really nice. And then we'll have to do some makeup on top of all of this as well. It doesn't look like her, but it's getting closer. Slowly but surely, we're getting closer. I really like this skin material. I think, though, it's a bit heavy on the brush strokes for her face. So let's bring that back slightly. Do like a 0.25 or something like that for the normals here. Just give us those subtle brush strokes that we have into it. It's funny because she doesn't actually have any teeth because, well, we didn't do that. I mean, she has teeth, but they're like really in there. Got to fix that actually. Let's start adding in some makeup because that's actually gonna be like the next effect that we really want to tackle. Might even do her eyebrows. Let's see. Her hair, her eyebrows will be a different color. So let's add in this. We'll call this eyebrows. And might select the normals that we already have here. I really like these brushstroke normals that we created. So just duplicate that. Where did I put that? Normal map. Boom. Select, copy, and paste. Why did the math look sad? It had too many problems. Welcome in, Hasselhoff. How you doing there? Enter in with a bang. Okay, so we created a new material for eyebrows. Let's go ahead and paste that into here. To the normals, and then make this more of like a brown. And then let's go ahead and select those inside of our select our eyebrows real quick and assign those. I love how she has brown eyebrows, which means that she actually dyes her hair blue. I just want to point that out to anybody that thought that, oh, she didn't paint her eyebrows every day. It's like, no, she did. She actually did. Now let you think about that. She was faking it the whole time. She doesn't actually have blue hair. Let's do Smart UV Unwrap for this. Okay, that's some nice normals. Let's go check that out now. Let's see. For this, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. We'll just make the roughness a bit higher. Probably a little bit darker on the brown. Or maybe she has blue hair, but paints her eyebrows brown. Well, that would be a change, certainly. That would be, I don't think so. You're not wrong, but also, I don't want you to be right on that, okay? Oh, man. Okay, let's do some makeup here. We've got to get her some dark eyelash eyes or whatever. So we'll go to the skin. This is called face skin. And we're going to go over here to the mix shaders because we're going to be blending all of this together. So let's create a new image texture over here. Call this makeup. I don't know why I thought today was going to be a fast stream. I was like, you know what? Today might actually go pretty quick. This might go pretty quick. It's like I didn't even realize that I have to texture paint every aspect of this character, including painting on some tattoos. I don't think this is gonna go quick. I don't know. And I'm not being negative. Just saying. Just saying. I'm just gonna remove that texture, and then that way we will be painting on the makeup. The texture and materials are the hardest part. 100%. 100. I don't know why. Can I not zoom in on my character here without, like, zooming past her? Oh, you know what? It's because my view... Let's set this to 0.01. Okay. So now let's paint... Well, we need to change the strength here. Thank you. What is going on? What, makeup? Yeah. Makeup? Hello? Oh, I'm painting black onto black. I don't know why I was expecting anything different to happen. Alright, so we're going to be painting on some, dark eyes here, okay, guys? Excuse my bad paint work with my using a mouse. I'm going to get so good at this that no one will ever know. They'll just be like, oh, wow, he uses a tablet all the time. And I'd be like, yes, I do. You'll never know the wiser. Or, hey, this is an invitation to all tablet companies to come sponsor me so that way I am forced to use your tablet. Because I ain't going to use it otherwise. These things are expensive. Tablets are expensive, guys. I was looking at them. They're, like, very pricey. I'm like, for something I'm not even good at doing. Okay. Let's go make it even over here. Hard part is making it even. Oh my god. Oh my god. Depends on the type of tablet you want. Well, I want the ones where you actually see the screen through it. Because I think that is very necessary for you to be able to actually... Oh gosh. See what you're doing. Because I have a tablet. I got one sitting right next to me. I'm just not using it. The other thing is like, when to use a tablet. I think that's when I struggle the most, is like, because I use my keyboard and mouse for coding and everything else. When do you use your tablet? Where do you put your tablet on your desk? Screen tablets just make the time to get used to. Probably, yeah. Let's make this a beautiful round. Oh my gosh. I'm a professional makeup putter on her, guys. That looks good to me. Close enough. You can use an iPad, Samsung tablet as a painting tablet? No way! Like plugged into the computer? Is that what you're saying? I don't know why I called this just makeup. It's not makeup. Let's do save as. We'll call this makeup _ eyes. Save. Let's go back over to our layout. And then using a principled BSDF, because that's probably going to be the easiest. And another mix shader. Move that to the FAC, and this can go here. The bottom can go here. Technically, that's already looking way better, but let's do this correctly. We're gonna need way more makeup. I'm being too conservative. Let's go back to texture paint. Well, that's really cool. I didn't know you could do that. I'm gonna paint white on here. Not that I have an iPad, but good to know. Oh man, guys. It's hard to draw straight lines with a mouse. We're getting there, though. Ah! We're getting there. What's more fun than watching a live stream of a guy just, like, focusing, painting stuff? Let me know, guys. Gotta make this more interesting somehow. Boom. Wow, that is, as they say, a smoky eye. I think that's like the actual technical term for the makeup of this. Don't ask me how I know that. Okay. Hand paint that on. Cool. Let's go to the other eye. Although I think a smoky eye goes all the way up to like the... Well, it's like the complete back of your eye. Yeah, it's the entire eyelid, basically. Okay. Probably fix the bottom of her eye over here. Grab a little bit more of the outside of the tear well thing. Tear well thing. Okay. Hit that image save over here. Yeah, I tried using my buddy's tablet to use like Procreate. It is awesome. I might actually get a tablet just because of that. Like the using Procreate inside of Procreate. Procreate inside of Procreate with an iPad. I mean, you can zoom in on your drawings as you're drawing them. Okay, so I just realized something. She's looking down, which I don't think is really her. Like, she doesn't look like Jinx because of that. That's part of it. Just looking at the reference image and back at this again. She definitely looks rounder. And I'm missing the teeth. Let's get the lips in next. Let's work on the lips. So I'm going to do another image texture here. Let's do new. We'll do lips. Oh, sorry. Let's keep things consistent. Makeup underscore lips. We try to keep things as consistent as possible around here, but you know, like that only gets you so far. Okay. Let's duplicate this principled BSDF, mix shader, boom, boom, boom. Let's change this to like a red or something. I don't even know. And then plug this guy over here into the FAC. Perfect. And so now if we select him, save, go to texture paint, now we'll be able to see our changes as we're working on them, which is always very useful. So using a white paint again, we're just going to be painting on some lips. Oh my god, we are going to have some problems. The inside of the mouth is going to look like a clown ate a child. Wait, what? Probably the outside of the lips should be painted as well, right? Where is the absolute outside of this freaking lip here? I know she has like thin lips, so don't want to have too much lipstick everywhere, but you know, you gotta put lipstick where lipstick is due. Perfecto. And who's to say she's really good at putting makeup on? Maybe she's not, you know? We got a little bit of leeway with that. Our Jinx doesn't know how to put lipstick on without smudging it everywhere. Are we allowed to have that creative freedom, or is that not allowed? Smooth that around. Okay, a little bit angular over there, just kind of coming down, round it up. Beautiful, guys. And paint that on down here as well. Follow that outside lip, and then, oh my gosh. Okay. Clean on the inside now, and then clean up everywhere else that I accidentally painted onto. Why would I ever use Substance Painter when you can do everything just as good out here? Just kidding. Don't give me hate in the comments for saying that. Clean the inside of the lip there. Let's clean it all the way up to here. And then I gotta fix the teeth because they're not currently parented correctly to the bones. They should be more parented to the bones, but they're not. I think easy fix though. Okay, so there's our lipstick. Go over here, hit image, save. And she has like a bit darker lips. So hit the save button on that. Let's go look at our reference photo real quick. She has like these darkish, purplish, dark purple lips. So we'll go ahead and copy that. You know, like purple. And then how much of her lips? I guess there's like a thin line there on the bottom. I think that all works really nicely. Our character is definitely coming off as... Well, we don't have any of our effects inside the scene either, so there is that to be considered, but I think on the inside of this lip we need to fix that. What is your current projected deadline for this? You know what? I am trying to finish today. I don't know if I'm going to, but that is my current attempt. I have a lot of texture materials to do on this thing. So I don't think we're going to be done, but we're going to try. I wanted to finish this. That way next week we could do a different render. Although I guess we could finish this by end of year. So it's very possible that we will try to just finish this next week. That's the attempt. Just because we're attempting to do something doesn't mean we're going to, though. That is what I have discovered. I don't like to do streams for too long because I feel like people might lose interest over time. Okay, that's perfect. That fixed quite a bit of that. Before we get to the lips, I wanted to... Cupid's bow. Oh, she does. You're right. Let's paint that in then. Kind of do something like a whop, right? Yeah. It's my attempt at a hand-painted Cupid's bow right there. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like over in the other version. Oh yeah, good call there. Good call. I was thinking we can go with, I understand that our reference photo doesn't have that, but I do like some of these kind of like dark makeup effects. So I was thinking about doing that. So we could just move this entire function of the lipsticks over there. And our... Let's use another image texture because I want this to be completely separate, but it's going to be the same effect as this. So let's just duplicate this, duplicate that, plug this into the bottom, take our image texture here, we'll hit new, and then we're going to call this makeup smeared face. New image, plug that directly into our FAC. And I want to kind of try to emulate that crying kind of like smeared effect on her face as much as possible. So let's go ahead and save that. Go over to our texture paint now. And we're going to use paint on some white of our texture mask. So let's grab that guy. And let's see. I'm going to minimize that. Let's close that window. And pull up our reference here. Again, just using the Surface Imperfections pack that's also available over on the Patreon. Nice little plug for you guys there. Just kind of slightly freeballing it, but, you know, also using our reference photo over here quite a bit. Going for like that, you know, Chris Pattinson, or Chris, yeah, no, what? Robert Pattinson. Wow, where did Chris come from? There are a lot of Chris's in the industry, though. Kind of like going for that Robert Pattinson Batman in the Rain effect, you know? That's pretty sweet. And we'll just do a little bit up here like that. A little bit on her nose. Kind of hitting that like so. I think if we darken the rest of that as well, maybe not quite as much. Just darkening that up a little bit more. Now, this is only on her face, so I'll have to do the rest of the body later. When we do the rest of her skin. Currently, I don't have that material hooked up. I don't know about that. Let's remove some of it anyways. It's kind of more of like a smeared effect over here on the nose, just like making it slightly darker. Just like constantly zooming in and zooming out to see what it looks like in context with the rest. Okay. Yeah, I think that works for the face. And so now if we go ahead and save this over here, makeup smeared face, let's go back over to our layout option. Pull that back up. Great. Her teeth are still a bit off, but I really love that now. That works really nicely. Skin is a little reddish. Let's try removing the saturation slightly on this. And then that way we're just going a little bit more of a desaturated highs and lows. Well, welcome into the chat. You're not late. We're still working. There's so much work to do left. We're getting it done. Just doing the makeup on her face right now. Might bring that saturation back a little bit. And then her lips are a little dark in my opinion. So let's go over here to her lip color and just bring that up slightly. Make it a little more natural, maybe. Then do we want her lips to have, I guess she does do her makeup pretty dark and pretty sharp. It's not like it's going to be blurred or anything like that. We need to put some more makeup and effects on the rest of her skin though, like the rest of her body here. So they're all coming off as decently I want to maybe adjust her keyframe of her head here. Just pull her head back slightly. She don't bow to no one. Her head's up. She's confident in herself. Self-confidence right there. Let's see. The hair's a little messy. But, let's see. Let's grab the hair. What am I doing for the hair right now? Nothing, basically. Let's delete that. And then add in a Tune BSDF. And let's just see what a nice blue looks like. And right off the bat, that's not terrible. Let's add in like a wave texture. What we're trying to do is fake the hair strands, basically. So if you add like a bunch of these in, you'll get like a crap ton of lines inside the hair, which is going to be faking kind of like the generalness of adding a bunch of hairs, which we're just using a mesh, so just do that. And then I'm going to use like an RGB of this blue value here. And then we can add in a curves, RGB curves. And then we'll do like a mix color node here. This plugged into the B input, and then the A input is going to be the darker strands. So that gets plugged into that, and then your wave texture gets plugged into the factor. So if we go view that, you'll see our darker hair kind of a little bit darker of a shade to it. Plug that into our color, and then that's our Tune BSDF, which always make these strands a little bit darker. I want to change maybe looks pretty nice. It's a little dark of a blue. Change that to more of like a cyan or something like that. Okay. If we go turn on the fog, let's see what everything looks like with the fog. I love adding effects in. Hide a multitude of sins. Feels a little 3D, which isn't exactly what I'm going for right now, so let's fix that. Our skin shader is coming off as too smooth and not as angular as I think it could be. So if we go adjust kind of the ambient occlusion, which is where we're getting most of that, this is where the majority of our effect is coming in. Actually, it's actually the rest of the body that's probably the problem. So if I select the body, let's go to the body mask. And then we increase this slightly. Make this more contrasty. Let's go view that real quick. The contrastier we make that, the less 3D it's going to feel. So the closer these two color ramp selections get, beautiful. Okay. For her face though, might want this. See, this is more magenta, and it's not really lighting up magenta right now, so I might want it to be a little bit more magenta with how it lights up her face. Something like that. Okay. What do we have here? What is this guy doing? Should be a little brighter. Maybe not that one. I need one a little bit more to the left. So that's like kind of like the fill light. What do we have? This guy here, which is more from like this other angle. I might want to rotate this around the 3D cursor. So let's just... That's kind of lifting everything up. Really not loving that. Let's move on and then kind of come back a little bit to it. It's just, it's not quite where I want it to be. Her eyes also need to feel brighter, I think. Let's select her eye whites here. And then let's add a bit of an emission to them so that way they're not so dark. Yeah. That works. Kind of lifts them up a bit. Let's see what ambient occlusion looks like on these guys. Let's see. Add in a color ramp. Kind of creating a fake shadow on her eyes here. You see that kind of like going on. If we use this to... Let's use a mix shader. Plug this into the FAC. This can go into the bottom of it. But now if we go ahead and view this guy, we're going to only be lifting the areas in which are white. So let's see. Versus this. So we're lifting up her eyes so that way they're a bit brighter in the areas that we want them, and then we're still making them black in the areas that are more of in the shadow. Her hair is actually less saturated than it appears, somewhere around... Let's try that. Just gonna plug your number in and see what it says. See, boom, boom, boom. Let's go. That is very desaturated. I have a feeling it's probably just because of the way in which that I'm like doing a lot of this. But if we just like crawl that backwards, we get a little bit closer to what it was, which is quite a bit more desaturated. You're right. And that is closer to it. It's also darker. I am noticing on this reference photo here that she has like a bit of a purple behind her. And we can try to do that a couple different ways. But one way to do it potentially is either with light, which we're using a toon shader here. So I don't think we're going to be able to tackle that as easily. Or, sorry, we can use let's use a normal. And then if we do texture coordinates, and then if we take the texture coordinates and then we do a mix color, and we say instead of mix, let's change this to difference, and then we take the normal from this and then the normal from this guy here, and we go view that. Change this to a saturation and desat the whole thing. This will give you basically a normal of whatever direction that this is. So I want this to probably be closer to the area in which we want it. Actually, there's another way to do this. This will be a little bit easier. If you go view your normals, you can see which direction we actually really want, which is going to be blue. So we'll add in an RGB value. Set it to blue, plug that into that guy there, and then go view it. Is it difference or subtraction? I can't remember. I've only done this like 8 times. And every time I do it, and basically what we're doing is we're trying to create only this as a matte. Should be able to easily do this. I do this more in Nuke now than I do it in anything else. Yeah, that's making it a little more difficult. Vector math dot product normal texture coordinate normal plugged in. Maybe purple rim light. Her hair is actually, oh, sorry. Okay, so vector math dot product with a normal. I'm going to try your thing. Vector math with it set to dot product. Where's that at? Dot product. And then normal and a texture coordinate, which I have here. So this gets plugged into that value. This oh wait, you're right. Sorry. Take the normal, plug that into the vector. Take the texture coordinate, plug the normal into the vector. And then that should give you that. Beautiful. So now if we then rotate this, we can find that side of her. Perfect. Which we might want a little bit more backlit, like that. Now we're getting just kind of like that rim light that's happening there. You know what, Hasselhoff? Why are you so smart? Why are you so smart? Alright, and then we'll use a mix shader. We're really just like faking everything here. I'll plug this into the top, and then we're going to want into the bottom. Let's take a principled BSDF that we make, and we will give it that kind of like magenta purple effect. Doing Houdini for 16 years straight, things like that into your brain. 100%, dude. Plug that into the shader effect, and now we're going to kind of get like that purplish tint on the other side. I may then take a color ramp and like just boost the saturation a little bit on that. don't like the rest of her hair. The darkness is just not working for me. And that's going to give us a little bit more of a backlight. Let's view this, just the color ramp here. Make it a little more blurry. Then honestly, in the white areas, you can always just make that a little bit more gray, and then that way it's not as overpowering. Great. Okay, and then we take this, we just make it a little bit I like that a lot. Oh man, very challenging. Oh, whoops. I'm breaking everything on my OBS one by one. Okay. I'm just trying to get my reference images so I can be like looking at them. I do want to give her like those purple eyes. Let's do that. So we have these eye pupils here. Let's change this to an emission shader. Now she's Herobrine, guys. That's a thing. You don't want to be assimilated into the Matrix? Why not, man? It's all the rage. Podcast ruined it. Let's use a gradient texture. Set this to... Can't you do this like spherical? And I'm going to use a color ramp while we're at it. The other thing is I want to turn this fog off because it's making everything run slow. So let's go over to our fog setting. Where you at? Where you at, fog? Am I blind? I am. I know I am. I know I am. I don't want to know. Okay. Let's have this set to like, what is that's generated. We've got normals. We've got object. Whoopsies. Maybe a sphere isn't the best option. Linear, quadratic. I'm trying to figure out how do we get dots on one side. Dots, dots, dots. Probably do it... I know we can paint it. I don't want to paint it. I don't want to paint it. Take an empty and place it on the eye? Yeah, I know I can do that. I just don't want to. I'm lazy, okay? You can use objects. Just go in here, and then if you do friggin' empties, plain axis empties, and then inside of the actual eye, then if you use objects, and then you select the empty, and then yeah, and technically this works. What happened to my stuff? Oh. And then don't you do it like with a like some kind of like vector math? What are you selecting? Oh, you said select length, yeah. Okay. And I feel like then if you select a color ramp, you can do it this way. I think the only problem is I'll have to do it for both eyes, but... Wait, is that how you do it? Do the... Oh, not reflection. I want object. What am I doing here? Doing object. Amazing. Great. Now I have to do both. Wait, what are you saying? You see a lot of messages up here. Take an empty and place it in the eye. Yeah, okay. Texture coordinate, use the empty as an object. Yep. And the texture coordinate object, use vector math length. Awesome. And after that, the color ramp or the map range to adjust the values and use the object texture coordinate as the output. Yeah, okay. Now I just have to do both eyes. That's the thing I don't want to do. Let's see, duplicate. Place that over there. Okay, great. Now we're gonna have two pupils, alright? We're gonna just duplicate the pupil, add a pupil. You get a pupil, I get a pupil. Pupil dot left. We'll move that up. Pupil dot right. And pupil dot left, we have to change you to be a different empty. And then we also have to assign you. Select, and then we'll just deselect everything. And this is screen left, okay? I want to make that very clear. What? Nice thing about actually doing that this way is that we're going to have a lot more customization between each of the eyes. Thanks, Alexander. Appreciate it. You can create a node group so you can adjust both at the same time. You can. Sounds very complicated, though. Hasselhoff. Sounds too complicated. I'm going to take her... So she has these... Okay. Ooh. Let's use these materials, and then we're going to create a very complex thingy with her eyes. So the outside iris, we're kind of need to do that first. All right, so let's duplicate this and then make this more of like the dark blacky kind of like outside of the iris of the pupil. So we'll do that. And then we'll do a mix shader between the two of these. So everywhere that is white, FAC, we will use this shader and then that shader. Now if we go ahead and view that, should probably do... Let's do the left eye first. We'll do the right eye first anyways. So if this is selected as our... Whoopsies. This gets plugged into the FAC, and then let's go ahead and view this real quick. So that's kind of like our overall eyeball. And then everywhere that we have white, which we're going to need to increase that edge, then we will get kind of like the darker rings around the outside of it. Control D, you can tell me that this is complicated after the last eye. Wait, what? You can't tell me this is too complicated after the last eye? Okay, yeah, compared to the last eyeball, like the freaking one from Inside Out, no, this eye is way simpler. Way simpler. Hey, Nemo, welcome back. I'm doing great. I'm killing it. I'm doing awesome, you know. We're just slowly moving on here. All right, we're just going to increase this contrast of that eyeball to about there, and we will create a nice outline around the eye for the iris. Yeah, that looks pretty sweet. And we'll kind of need to do, let's do a gradient texture. Using the exact same mapping as before. Want to do diagonal. Let's do vector math. Oh, no. Coordinates? No. Vector math? No. Vector mapping? There we go. Then you plug the vector into there. Then we should be able to rotate this, right? Kind of get the underside of the eyeball. Wonderful. Awesome. And then actually with this, we might be able to even change the location of it. We're just kind of like trying to get the bottom side of the eye, and then if we use a color ramp, then this is going a little wacko. How is Top Golf? I agree. The last eye was a nightmare. This one was much easier. It is way easier, dude. I didn't go to Top Golf, but I did do golf, and golf was great. Let's just rotate this all the way. I'm trying to get this to be on the bottom of the eyeball. Is that possible? I don't know. We will endeavor to figure that out, though. But yeah, I went golfing yesterday. Yeah, I've been golfing a few times, actually, this week. Okay, so that's like the bottom part of the eye. So we're trying to get like that isolated bottom part of the eye. Because in our texture photo, you'll notice that her eye kind of like has this highlight in the bottom section of it. So if we take this now, wow, that is fun. Yeah, compared to the last eye, guys, that was a fun one, wasn't it? Let's plug this here, and then this guy goes into the top one, and then I'm just going to make this a little bit lighter, maybe a little brighter too, I don't know. And then we'll use that into our FAC, and then now let's go view that real quick. I think we want the black outline to be over top of everything, rather than, so all of this kind of needs to happen first, doesn't it? I think that's the way it's got to be. Let's move this here. We want this to be plugged directly into the top, so it's just going to be this color to that color. We got to work from back to front with these things. And then this guy, we will remove that there. This gets plugged into the FAC there. There we go. Now we've got the overall outline. So now she's kind of got that effect there. I will say we want it to be a little bit of a harder line. And so let's lift that up. More contrasty between, maybe not that contrasty. You know, I've never actually been to Topgolf. I'd love to go to Topgolf, though. It seems really fun. Just haven't gotten a chance to do it yet. Now, do we want it really dark at the very top? How is that? Yeah, that's pretty nice. And then maybe darkening a little bit on the opposite spectrum of the eye at the very top. Do we want it to be like almost black? So we'll just take this whole thing here, duplicate it, use the exact same vector coordinates as before, but this time we want to invert our selection, or like so. There we go. And then duplicate this guy over here. And again, all of this will be before the outline phase of it. So another mix shader, plug this into the FAC, and then this gets plugged into the bottom. And again, we can now add more contrast in, and that'll lift everything up like so. So now we've got more of a gradient between the bottom here and then the top. Might even want that more of an outline now. And then now everything kind of comes in like so. I think though, let's see. We've got this over here is creating kind of like that big outline on everything. I might duplicate this. Take another length. Let's go view this real quick. We want a smaller circle for where the actual pupil is going to be. And then real contrast. Okay. And then we take this guy and we invert it. And then we take this and duplicate that. This goes into the top. And then we have a black, which will be where the actual pupil is. We can always change the amount of blurring that we have here. And change this so it doesn't feel as cross-eyed. And that right there, guys, is how you make yourself an eyeball. Now all we have to do also is parent this to our head. Because right now it's not parented to the head, so, you know, as soon as we start animating this thing, it's going to fly all over the place. So we'll do a constraint, and then we'll do child of. I almost started typing, but you can't type on this menu yet. That's, like, still kind of crazy, right? Like, someone else tell me that I'm not insane for this. So now, if we grab this head, that eye will move with it. We just have to do the same for this other eyeball, and then we're golden, guys. We're golden. So this pupil right, everything is good, except for we need to swap out the empty. So let's delete that, delete that. Delete all our excess emissions that we are using. Copy. Swap over to the pupil left. Delete our old stuff. Paste this. View that. And we need to select the correct empty. So let's delete this empty and select this empty. Just need to line this a little bit better. It's got to be the same as the other eye completely. The material's looking super nice. Thank you so much. Not bad. Thanks, Tarek. Appreciate it. Thanks, Pantrick. Okay, great. Now let's take this guy, do the same thing. We'll do child of, select our empty or our armature, and then select our bone of head, and then we'll do set inverse. Oh, it pops back on. I think though her lips are still a little bright, especially for the type the phase of Jinx that we are in. She's supposed to have darker lips. Where's my lip color? Oh, is it all on her face skin? It is. Where's my... There it is. Boom. Go for more of the darker lips. And then we'll probably increase the... Or decrease the roughness here. That way she's got, you know, glossier lips. That's probably good there. Diffuse. I like that. Creates more of that diffusion layer. I don't know. I haven't actually... There's this new version of Blender. I'm just kind of like really touching it for the first time here. Why is the entirety of her eye completely black on this one? Where's the eye whites? If we do select... Let's select the whole thing, and then if we do pupil left, and then we do deselect it, and then we change this to face selection mode, hit assign on that. Our eyes really should be white. Oh, is that from the ambient occlusion? I think that's what's going on. No, I think I know what's going on. It's a separate material, but this separate material is using this ambient occlusion in order to create kind of like this whited out versions of everything. And that works really well for the one eye, but not the other. So let's treat both eyes separately. So let's create a whole new material here. Call this eye white. Duplicate. Left. Eye white dot right. Then we've got this left eye white. Let's go back over here and hit assign. And then we'll just use this material, honestly. We only need to somewhat see it. We're getting away with this because it's on the other side of the body. So I'm creating two different materials. One is going to be using the ambient occlusion and the other one is not. Just like we have two pupils, it doesn't hurt us to have two different pupils for these things. Although we could have done the eye whites directly inside of the same pupil material that we actually, since we have these masks already made, we probably could have done that. Honestly, probably should. Nah, it's okay. We already did it. Now, we're never seeing that side of the face. I will say we probably should fix it if we are trying to use this model in the future. And her eyes are currently coming off as really purple. Can I link these things? I want to be able to adjust these together. So her eyes are very purple. When they're not supposed to be purple as much as they're supposed to be magenta? Or, yeah. Change the right pupil. This is going to be really frustrating because there's separate colors of the hue that I'm making all at the same time. So let's hit that one, and then we've got this lighter color one right here. Let's change the hue of that as well. All right. I'm liking that, guys. Liking that a lot. Let's get into doing some of this like kind of like dirtying up of the body over here. I also have to paint on some of the tattoos. So let's go ahead and select the body skin material. And might even copy some of the stuff that we're doing. So we have this makeup smeared effect. Let's just not duplicate it. Copy it, go over to our body skin, and we're going to be doing the same workflow here. So we already have like the base of everything, and then we're going to be using mixed shaders to kind of blend everything back on top. So drag this down, and we plug this mixed shader into the top value there. And instead of using this makeup smeared effect, let's go ahead and just delete that and hit new. We'll call this body makeup. And then we'll call this smear. Go ahead and hit new image. A couple other ones that we'll be doing is we'll actually be doing the makeup as well. That's going to actually happen before this smearing effect is happening. So with this selected, if we go over into our texture paint node, we can then create kind of like all of this dirt and grime that would be on the body. So let's do that here. Again, I'm using this texture mask. You guys can grab this over on my Patreon. You guys can use whatever you want really as a texture mask, and it's just rotating randomly. But I'm just going to use this to kind of do most of the heavy lifting here. Just adding in this like extra detail. Kind of like following her muscles, if you will. Which allows us to, you know, kind of accentuate the areas that we want. Have a little bit of a, I always say like having a little bit of dirt and grime accentuate different parts of the body. Her body's actually rotated in a very specific direction here. Kind of do this. And then we're going to also have to create that rim light as well. Her abs aren't really coming through, and I don't know if it's because I removed them, but I'm definitely going to have to re-add those guys back in, okay? Maybe do a little bit of smearing on that. So let's just grab the smear tool and then smear out some of this. Just adding in some shadows as we're going along here. Which is nice because we could just do this in 3D here. We're just following the areas that we know that we're going to see. Kind of like that. Might smear that out a little bit. Great. I like to follow along some of this. You know what's funny is like she never gets changed throughout the entire show. Do you think like she's just like super dirty? I don't know. Makes you think though. She also lives in like the sewers, so you have a little bit of creative freedom here, right? These characters just like get showers all the time, like hey, I gotta stop fighting against the topsiders for a second. We're gonna go take a quick shower. She's like, nah, I don't got time for that. Let's actually take that. I like that. We'll just blur it out a little bit. Just blur out some of these others a little bit more. Just cool. With that being said, let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back over to our layout, see how that kind of converts everything over. Beautiful. Just creating kind of like these 2D shadows in certain areas. Maybe a little too much. Can always bring them back. So going back in, let's find our tools here. Swap this to maybe a darker gray or black. Then changing the strength here, just kind of remove them slightly. Okay, and then that really does help bring that up a little bit more. I like that. I am thinking though a good amount of her shadows here. Let's select the body, and then with the body skin, let's adjust the shading from here into, yeah, this one right here. Just make that less smooth of a transition from the lights into the darks. A little bit more angular as we're going along here. And then we're going to have to paint in her tattoos, her wonderful tattoos. So let's go ahead and do that. So same thing as before. We're going to create another mix shader back here. We'll go ahead and just duplicate this setup. Although we're not going to be using the same thing. Probably set this to more of like a blue, and plug that into our bottom shader, and then this guy into our FAC. Delete this now, and then hit new tattoos, new image. Cool. And then with that selected, let's go over to texture paint. I gotta figure out, so I've got like a couple photos of her tattoos, but like, do I just have creative freedom here to do whatever I want with this, or should I actually match our reference? Probably should match the reference, right? Hey Cassidy C3D, welcome into the chat. How you doing today? I'm doing great, personally. I'm gonna first do a gray. I think that's fine, and we'll just like do the general shape of everything here. What am I doing? Let's go back to layout. Do we have this? Great. Oh, I know what's going on. Go back to texture paint, change the strength. Okay, and then I'm just going to paint in these tattoos here. I'm just going to try to match. I've got the photo up on my screen up there, and we'll just do some general shapes first. Like so. And we could just take this guy here and then like that. Great. And does she have any tattoos on this side? I don't actually know. Pull up my reference photos. Let's pull up actually some more reference photos. So we've got Jinx from Arcane. Doing quite swell. The casual 3D YouTube that I watch isn't live at the moment, so I figured I'd watch some new. Awesome. Well, welcome. Hope you enjoy. I don't know if that... Ooh, whoops. Let's open this into a new tab. I was trying to zoom in, and I freaking broke it for a second there. Yeah, I know. I just haven't installed PureRef. I want to. I keep not. So I'll have to do it here soon, probably. Let's do this guy. So here's some of her tattoos. Let's actually just keep that open over there. What's nice is when you have two monitors, you kind of just use both monitors. Let's do down here. I think like if we do like this leaf effect. That's pretty nice. I'm just going to outline some of these first. As best I can. See, I told you guys I don't need a freaking tablet. It's cool like a board for any reference. Yeah, I know. It's just got to install it, and I know I'm complaining over nothing. It's not that hard. I gotta get over it. Hi, welcome to the chat. Any tips for me? I'm currently learning Blender. Well, welcome to the Blender community, dude. Definitely just practice. Practice is key to these things. I have a Discord, by the way, so if you guys want to share your work as you're working on stuff, that's awesome. You get great feedback from other very talented artists. I'm not talking about myself. But no, we've got some great people inside of our community already, so definitely a good place to go to share what you guys are working on and get some feedback. As far as like tips, just, don't get stuck trying to do one thing over and over again. Try different things, just keep at it. And you'll get better with time. You'll probably be better than me soon enough. I think also, like, try not to be, I guess it just goes against my other tip, try everything. Try not to do everything. If there is something that you do prefer doing, stick with that. When I said try everything, I meant more like different art styles and stuff like that. Don't try to get stuck in one art style. But as far as like types of things to do, I think it's like once you know what you want to do, stick with that, because otherwise you can become a jack of all trades. And while some people are really good at that, I think that like your limit of knowledge can only be so much, really. So I try, my professional job is I'm a compositor. I do this for fun, but that's where I know the most in, and I think that like other people are really good at what they do, and as soon as you try doing too much, then maybe that starts to fall off a little bit. Yeah, PureRef, dude, I know, I see other YouTubers use it, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta get that, I gotta get it. I just haven't installed it. It's on my to-do list. It's been on my to-do list. But I also have other monitors. I have 3 monitors right now, so I just kind of like stick things up on my different monitors when I need them. Actually, I have 3 different photos of Jinx that I'm like looking at right now. And these tattoos are nice. Let's get some on her arm over here. Probably get this underarm. What that looks like. I'm sorry, what that type of like all angles character layout called? This would probably be more of like a, well, it's right here. It says it's a turn, but it's like a turntable of a character. Usually this is created by character designers. So character designers will create a character from different angles as well as different facial expressions. And so that way you know what your character is supposed to look like in different poses that they're making. Very useful for animation because then they know what they're supposed to be matching. Well, animators know what they're supposed to be matching when they're using stuff. They'll also even create blend poses, so that way you don't have to make those poses yourself inside of animation. You're just using the blend poses that already kind of are approved and what the character is supposed to be looking like in different positions. So yeah, this would just be like a turntable-esque type thing. Let's see, grab that. Have that kind of go all the way down. And I'm kind of like freeballing this slightly as well here. Character sheet? Yeah, that's the word I was also thinking of. Hasselhoff knows. That's also... why our Discord is great is because Hasselhoff knows. Let's see, what does this like kind of go upwards here and then go back down? I gotta outline all of his stuff afterwards too. We're not going to see this side of the arm, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. We're mostly seeing the top portion. Oh, we don't even see the top portion of it. It's fine. It's all good. Not seeing her whole left side, but we are going to see the underarm of this. You know what I didn't realize until this latest season of Arcane was that... what's her name? I can't even remember. Now I don't even remember what her name is. But she's voiced by the same girl from... Wow, why can't I even... Fallout. Wow. My brain is broken right now. But I didn't know that the girl that voiced Jinx also was the main character in Fallout. Just broke my brain. And I haven't recovered, honestly. Just do that for the bottom leaf. She's got all these leaves, so here's the thing. She lives in under the bottom side, or whatever it's called. And they don't have access to trees, so instead she painted them on her body. And that's what happened. And that's where we're at. You're going to join the Discord? Well, awesome. Look forward to seeing some of your guys' stuff. Please share your guys' work. I'd love to see it. Google says her name is Ella Purnell. Yes, that's correct. You think I know every actress's name? I don't. That would be a talent, though. I actually knew someone in college that had every like Academy Award memorized for like the who won what. Okay, so I was painting all of this kind of like this gray color. That was what I'm doing here. I might actually create a color palette of this. So this is the gray material of the tattoo. And then I want to create kind of like the outline of everything as well. Gosh, you never realized how long her hair was? I know. Yeah. Well, her hair is even longer in season 2. Like it like drags on the floor. Although I have a suspicion that in different shots, they're actually using different character models for things because it's not the same throughout either. We're going to trace this thing. Is that how thick we want it? That's probably fine. It's a little janky as far as like the pixels, but you know what? How do you create... I think there's a tool in here for this, but I want to make sure that like the angle of it, like it's always the same size. I think you can do that, but I can't remember if that's like a setting inside of Blender or what it is. Guys, we're getting this. We're gonna oh my gosh. I need that positive affirmation that I can do this with a regular mouse. This is very her face changes a bit between different scenes. I can believe that. Okay, and then it gets a little smeary because we did it at an angle, but I can't remember. I think Blender has a setting for like if you ever hit something at an angle, it's always like the same size of a paintbrush, but I can't remember what the setting is for that or where that setting is. Okay, let's try this with that. And then that. I'm freeballing this, guys. I don't even know. Oh my gosh. We'll do that. We'll do... Wow, that didn't look good. Make that a little smaller. Is that even... No, that doesn't even look good. We do... Wait, so this one goes up like this. Oh, no. You got this? Thanks. I got that. There we go. We got that positive words of affirmation coming in. I'm feeling the vibes right now. Probably say they used a ton of shape keys instead of a new model. That's probably fair also. I don't think it's a new model per se, but I have just noticed that, like, depending on the shots. Do that? Yes. Boom, baby! Who said you can't use a mouse to draw? I never said it. And I never will. Look, guys, I could be a tattoo artist. Let's have this continue. I don't even think you see that, honestly. So I don't think it matters. Oh my gosh, you don't even see any of this beautiful work that I'm doing. Ah! I think making faces helps. Oh, they're just like empty on the inside. Like my soul. Okay. Alright. Like that? I don't even know. I should probably... Okay, wait a second. So we're going to... That's a color palette thing. And then make this a little bit bigger. And then we'll just paint like that. And then we'll select our other color palette option here. The fact you aren't using a brush stabilization with mouse is magical. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I got that. Them skills, okay? This is years of signing documents with a mouse. You guys ever signed like an actual legal document with your mouse? Like you put your signature on it? I have. Told myself we're finishing this today, but I don't think we are. I don't think it's happening. But I haven't given up hope yet. Yeah, that's not happening. Usually they're just really goofy and you type your name in. Yes. Yes, that is true. You didn't have to call me out for it, though. Alright. And then we'll just fill in that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Really feel like there should be something on the inside of that one, but there isn't. And honestly, we're not even seeing this, but I'm just going to paint it anyways because I feel like it. And you never know, honestly. Why are her tattoos not consistent throughout her body? Come on, that's another level. Signing with the mouse? Yeah, dude. You don't sign with your mouse? Come on, I'm not the only one that signs with a mouse. Is there nothing on this side of the body? I guess not. We get the inside here. I mean, not that we're really seeing it, but... What does that look like? That's a weird paint glitch over there. Did I accidentally paint that somehow? I don't know how I did that. Great. Great Scott. Let's go ahead and select the inside real quick and then... Those UVs, I know. Don't even get me started on the UVs, okay? I don't want to hear about it. Yeah, that's not working. Okay. But hello there. Welcome in, Sleepy Mushroom. Appreciate you dropping in. Let's go ahead and save. Save. Yeah, look at these wonderful UVs over here. Completely filling up the entire thing. Let's look at her. So she has like this blue tattoo up there as well. I didn't do that one yet. Oh my gosh, we missed this whole freaking one back here. I am getting so good at using my mouse for this paintwork. I don't even think we really see this, but you know, it's cool to do. We're just making it up as we're going along. Like me, packed UVs don't make any sense. True. I always just skip it. Honestly, I just do the. If you were here earlier, you saw I just do what are they called? Smart UV unwrapping it. That's how I do it. And I get away with it, okay? And you can't say, "Oh, well, you could never do that professionally." I do it professionally that way. I work in the industry, and I do that. So, judge me all you want, people. It works. I don't need to know actually how to do proper UV unwrapping. You think I got time for that? I wish it... Well, I don't, but that's beside the point. When they're like, oh, you need to be done by the end of today with a shot that's supposed to take 2 weeks. Sounds about right. That doesn't look smart at all. It's very smart, dude. Very intelligent. Very intelligently placed, I will say. We're not seeing any of that. We don't care. We don't care. Okay, great. So that's her tattoos. Spent all this time on her. Although we will see that in the beginning of the shot. Let's go ahead and hit the save button. I'm trying to make games so I have to learn it. Yeah, that's fair. I have a buddy that actually does it professionally. I don't. I don't. Okay, so our tattoos in our order of operations are going to happen before the rest of the smearing effects that are happening. So that's good. If we then go and turn our smoke on, we're going to remove quite a bit of the need for any of that. I'm going to go back to our normals over here, and let's increase this to like a 0.2. 0.2 on the Richter scale. Yeah, guys, I'm getting the sense we're not finishing this today. I get the sense. We haven't even done any of the clothes. We haven't done clothing yet. Oh my gosh. Ugh. We haven't done clothing. We haven't done the legs. We haven't done clothing. We haven't done the legs. She does have tattoos on her legs. Well, she has like a band-aid. She has a band-aid. Okay. Smart UV unwrapping's not smart. That's probably true. I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to the restroom real quick. I'll be back in a moment here. But that's the render for right now. So you guys can at least look at something pretty. Okay. All right. Okay, all right. All right, okay. She's still looking up, which I think bothers me. And I don't have a rigid body bone, or I don't have a bone to fix that. So initially I was making her look down by Let's go into here. We'll turn the fog off for a second just so we can actually see what we're doing really quickly. And yeah, we don't have an actual bone for the eyeballs. Let's do P selection. Oh wait, do we not want to do it that way? Probably not. Probably not. Thanks, Hasselhoff, for joining the stream. Appreciate you. That's actually a really cool angle. I like this camera angle down here. I think, how does this work exactly? Dual. Or is it wait. I don't know how that works, so I can't do it. But I do know that there's a way to duel people. Okay, so wait, I like the... Let's see. Oh, before you go, I managed to watch the de-aging tutorial. The results were really impressive, especially with just one sample frame. Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, it's I mean, I've used it on actual films. I actually used it on Ted Lasso. Fun fact. So, definitely a good professional workflow, by all means. I think what we want is another light. And can we make this a little more yellow? Beautiful. Go ahead and save that now. And probably also want this one to not affect the atmosphere. So again, probably unchecking volume scatter on these types of lights. And let's go ahead and start doing some shading for this guy here. I gotta do some shading on this. So we'll create a new material. Probably go something like that, slightly metallic. I'm gonna have to throw on a bunch of shaders on this stuff. The only other material she has is like these kind kind of like bronzy effects. So let's call this gun metal. And then we will create a new material called gun bronze. And probably increase the metallic of this. Slight coloring to it. And just select this bottom ring here. Hit assign. And then this, now we can have the roughness further down. Better, for sure. And the specularity, let's make it catch the light a little bit more. Probably increase the metallicness of it and decrease the roughness. Great. Does anyone know what the IOR of bronze is off the top of their head? Okay. And yeah, we'll probably want that for the rest of everything else here. So we'll just select this front piece here. This is all supposed to be metallic. So select that whole front section, assign kind of like that bronze material. Shade auto smooth, perfect. According to Google, 1.1180. We'll plug that bad boy in then. Taking a little bit of creative freedom with some of this stuff, but just trying to get like the rough look down. Let's see, diffuse. Let's see, specularity. Nice. And then this whole thing, this is strange because it's like basically all that metallic bronze. So if we do gunmetal bronze, there's supposed to be like two. So if we duplicate this, we'll do gunmetal bronze red. And then we make this slightly more pinky red. Probably slightly more rough. And a little bit darker. And a little bit more rough. Am I not showing my screen? I guess that's that would be a problem. It would be problematic, wouldn't it? If I wasn't actually showing my screen as I was doing stuff. It's not like I'm doing anything incredibly important. Not at all. Thank you, Okaizudo. Appreciate it. Honestly fidgeting with this stuff till I get what I want. Isn't that life, though? Life is kind of that. Okay, great. Let's do that. And then let's select another gunmetal or gun bronze. And we want probably this outside one. Whoopsies. Assign all of that to that. And then, let's see, we probably want this outside piece, which luckily these are just their own thing. Makes everything a lot easier to select. Then select this front piece. Come on. There we go. Okay. Assign that to. So now we've got kind of like that. That looks correct. This just needs to be gunmetal bronze as well. Perfect. Probably making these guys gunmetal bronze as well. I don't know. Like these edge pieces. Like the fronts. The front of the gun. She's got a very expensive gun, okay, guys? Sign all of that there. Okay. And probably, more than likely, place a point light here on this front piece. And then just blast it out, so that way these feel more like the muzzle flashes happening at the same time. Let's increase this quite a bit. Probably insert a keyframe. Let's go back. I think the gun in the show is gold, black, and magenta, but you might be misremembering. Gold, black, and magenta. Well, we can always look it up. I want her big boy gun, not her pistol. There's the gold, black, and blue. This is the one that I was recreating. Oh. It's like a purple. Like a purple. It's, on the back here. More like purple. Probably less saturated. Darker. And like this centerpiece here is black. And gold is more this color. But we'll make it less gold. Let's take out the saturation slightly on this. Probably giving it more like a Okay. Let's also select the normals that we're using here. Let's copy this. Go to our gun and then just use that because we're using that kind of like same painted effect is what we're going for here. So paste, and we'll use the same normals. Yeah, looks good, guys, right there. Go to the gun bronze, paste this as well. Just use the same normals. Get more of those brush strokes that we're going for. So that's UV. Let's try generated. Oh, yeah, look at that. And then last one. We just go ahead and paste this in, and then we plug the normals directly into that. And I think we'll just use generated for this. That way we're getting more of this like kind of like hand-drawn brush strokes on our gun. Very subtle. But now we have this dude. And let's keyframe this out. So like right here, you're probably going to be a bit more. We'll have to turn off the light for the when we turn on the fog. We don't want this to be blasting in the fog. Probably do like an insert keyframe there, and then here, just back to 0. Great. Now this color, we can copy the magenta. Copy the magenta there. Probably turn that back off there. Okay, we do have to fix her teeth. You should be able to exclude the fog volume from the light. Yeah, you can do it that way, or you could literally just go to the object property settings here and then just turn off volume scatter. That way when we do turn on the fog, like so, let's just go to a frame with it, for instance. So like we know that the light is pretty intense on this moment in the fog. Let's just see what it looks like with it. But this blows out everything. And I don't think we really want that. If we do want to blow it out, we'll do that in comp. We can choose to do that in comp. But, you know, I don't want to be locked into it anyways. I'm going to turn that off. Yeah, volume scatter is like a trick of the century. Okay, let's see what we're seeing now. Might turn the normals pretty hefty on this guy here. And then another thing we could definitely do is use the exact same texture. So let's go to our downloads page right now, and then inside of Photoshop, let's grab this guy, drag him in. We're going to create our own separate texture. Probably not this one. Let's use... Oh, did I save over it? I think I did. That's fine. we'll go and do this here. So inside of our Photoshop, let's use an offset. And if we offset this thing vertically first, just go ahead and select this, generate fill. And then we're going to basically try to create a seamless texture just like we did before, but this time using this black and white photo. So perfect. Merge these together, merge layers. And then we'll go to filter, other, and then use the offset, but this time going like 500 here. And go ahead and just select this. Probably do more. And then now everything should be seamless in all directions. I don't like that one. That should be good. Let's go ahead and save this now. Export PNG. I'm going to save this over actually in our projects folder because I'm going to upload all these to the Patreon later. Go assets, character jinx, and then I'm going to call this displacement. Great. Now, actually, it's not going to be on our character. It's actually going to be on the gun. But let's go ahead and just create a new texture here. We'll find our assets that we just created. Probably should have gone under prop, but I didn't do that. Use displacement paint effect. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like. Oh, that's the gun bronze effect. Probably don't need it on the gun's bronze effect. Let's go ahead and just view that. Select our gunmetal texture that we have here. Yeah, no, it definitely works out really well. Also using it for 360 photos because you can generate 360 photos from it. Let's do resources or assets, character. Okay, so that almost works. Let's go ahead and add in ourselves some mapping here and then change the scale value of this to like a 3 or more. Works pretty well. I don't think we're getting there is an issue with the seamlessness of it, and that's because top and bottom, I forgot about this. We're already offsetting it twice. So, okay, so the rotation, let's just rotate. Scale it slightly down. Perfect. I like that. Then we're going to use this as a, let's use a displacement. And then plug this into the height. So now that should give us displacement height of this painted effect. Probably want to adjust. Let's use a color ramp. And really lessen it. Just so that way we're only getting kind of like this painted lines effect. Then that gets plugged into the height, which then should give us better displacement. We'll plug that over here into our displacement. And then now we're getting more of this kind of like hand painted effect onto the gun. It's going to work really nicely for that. Yeah, it looks way better. Great. I think the gun bronzy type thing, I think just needs to be darker. And a little bit less saturated. It's looking pretty sweet. Still have all of the clothing left to do. I mean, I guess we could do it today. This is gonna be a long stream if I do this all today. I just don't think that I mean, I don't know. I'd like to finish this. That's where I'm at. I'm like, please, can we get this over with? Not over with. It's just like, you know, I don't like streams going on for too long. I did one, a series like last 2 months, and that one went on for a very long time. Let's add in an image texture to this ground. So we're going to do a few things. I think if we select the, what did I call it? Paint effect? Yeah. We're going to place that here on the ground. Let's change the scaling of this guy. Not that big. Nice. And then we're going to use this to compound against this principled BSDF. So we'll do a few things. First of all, we're going to use this inside of our roughness. So now if we go view that, certain areas are rough, certain areas are not. Probably want to change the color ramp of that. So that way everything is quite a bit more rough. Next thing we're going to want to do is use probably like an RGB with the exact same value that we're currently trying to go for, which is like this more reddish color. Or not red, but prune color. We'll do a mixed color so that way this is going to blend between that and another value. And what we're trying to do is create some variation into our ground. So if we plug that in and then we use ourselves a color ramp, we can adjust the factor of how much we're actually showing here. So do like a mix. Oh, whoops. This gets plugged into the A. This gets plugged into the factor value is what I'm really trying to do. And then this gets plugged into the FAC. I don't know why I got that all confused there. And then I'm going to use a color ramp or a curve, RGB curves node to take whatever color that we want to be plugged in, darken it slightly, and then plug that into the mix. That way this is a little more responsive to what we're going for. And I'm just change the saturation slightly here. And that way we're getting kind of like this ground painted effect here. Now that's all plugged into the mix, which is now going to get plugged into the base color. And then this principled BSDF can be used. So that way our lights and shadows are being used, but we're still getting kind of like that painted effect on everything. We can go view that from a different angle. And you'll see that looks really nice. It looks, you know, like someone hand painted it. We'll go ahead and save that. And we may want to use the exact same material here. So let's call this ground. And then I'm going to select ground for that piece. But I'm actually going to duplicate this and call this wood. And all we have to do inside of our wood material is change the saturation value of this and also make it more brown. So perfect. And then the ground, this back here, let's select our wood material. And we're going to call this fence. And now we can just adjust all of this. So this is going to be a little bit more silhouetted. We don't have to do very much work. We're just kind of go going back and forth. Select fence for the rest of this guy. And so that way everything else kind of lines up. That's all silhouetted, so I'm not really worried too much about any extra detail here. You know, we don't have anything off into the distance of our scene back there, though maybe it would be nice to have a little bit of something. Inside of our reference photo, there is like a tiny little bit of an outline peeking through of the, you know, Piltover or whatever it is that's back there. And honestly, for something like this, you would usually have a matte painting. There's not really a reason to create a whole 3D world back there. So let's try creating something of our own. Let's go search Piltover. And let's find a nice cool picture. Kind of matches what we're going for here. It's a good angle. I actually really like this angle. Even this, I like this building. I think I like this. So let's go ahead and take this, save it. And let's go into our Photoshop. We're going to create ourselves a nice map painting. So open that up. And we're going to quickly just select this guy. That's fine. I spent all that time. And then we'll do, we'll invert this selection, remove the background, and now we've got like this nice card here. I think if we take this whole thing and we'll keep the height where it's at, so 100%. But then the width, let's just set that to a negative 100%. Beautiful. Oh, because the matte. Gotcha. All right. I'm going to take this and we'll just, I guess, can I actually scale it? And then the width, set this to a negative 100. Can I do that easily? Thank you. I guess I selected the matte and did that to the matte. Basically want to create a building here. And you know what? We're going to try this. I'm going to select this whole section and then we'll just do generative fill. Let's just see what happens. I don't know. We're going to take one of the matte painting buildings that they already have and then try to extend it outwards. It does a sloppy job, but not necessarily a bad job. Let's go ahead and export this image now as a PNG. I'll save this over into assets. Call it environment. And call it digital matte painting 01. Go ahead and just save that. And then inside of Blender now, we can just import an image as planes. But I've noticed that like the new version of Blender doesn't have image as planes. I don't know why. Just grab this back here and we'll create a new material called background. Or call it DMP for digital matte painting. It's native now. Well, it used to live under import images planes. Maybe I just didn't see it. I'll look in a second here. Because otherwise I'm like manually doing it. I'm like, why am I manually doing this? Doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Why can't I see... What's going on? Where's my picture? Digital matte painting. Okay, wait. So import image. Add an empty image to the scene. Background. Add an empty image type to the scene with data. Mesh plane. Create a mesh planes from image files. Is that the thing? They just changed the name of it to mesh. We could try it. Oh, interesting. Well, it looks like that was the answer. It's under mesh planes now. Interesting. That's what threw me off. Oh, wrong side. Wrong side. Place that back there. We've got ourselves a nice digital matte painting that we can then scale up accordingly. I'm going to probably place this like that. I don't know. I've been using like I don't even know what version I was using. I was using I can't even tell you what version I was using. It's been a while since I've updated. So this was a big update for me. I think, what was I on? Blender 4.1? Yeah, I was on 4.1 for a very long time. Okay, great. Well, that works for me, like so. I think the only question I have is how visible everything is going to be. So let's turn that on. And then with this, let's merge visible, and then let's just do remove background, see how well that works. What is a background on something that everything is a background? Looks like everything is a background when everything is a background. Let's do a quick selection. Let's see. And I am doing quick selection, by the way. We are gonna quick select this guy out of here. Okay, great. And then we'll do export PNG. I'm gonna overwrite that. Let's go check this bad boy out. Go back in here. I don't even know. Do I... Like, there's no refresh button for this stuff. Assets, environment, digital map painting. There we go. Load it, load it, load it. You're supposed to, like, barely be able to tell it's there. I might even, a little trick of... This will be a little trick, alright? Between us, okay? We'll do, you think it was 4.2 change, if you're not mistaken? Yeah, I was using 4.0 until 4.3 release. Yeah, it's just, when I'm working, it's like I can't change versions, you know? Can't change versions when you're in the middle of a project. So we're going to use a mix shader, and then that way we can actually control how much we're actually seeing this thing. So probably swap this down to here. That way it's still a little visible. It's pretty pretty non-visible. It's just you know. I want to make sure with our skin shader that we're doing here that, well, this is all just the body anyways, but okay, perfect. Face. Just kind of try to create more of those angular. Yeah, I'm not pleased. And it's probably because of the natural shadows that are coming in. I'm just not pleased. So we're going to do, let's change this to a tune. The same normals. This gets plugged into base color. This gets plugged into normals. And then this gets plugged over here into the regular shader. But if we go view this real quick, I'm just not happy with how 3D everything is looking. So we're going to make some adjustments. That's a lot better. Yeah, I think we have to use tune instead of principled BSDF just because this is just handing off too much. So if we change that to body skin, I think that'll give us more accurate results to what we're going for. While also giving us the other results that we want. Yeah, I like that. The pants, of course, we haven't done yet. How difficult are the pants really going to be, though? If we go and do the pants, let's select the pants real quick. Swap this to a... And then, let's see, we'll make her pants the correct color. Change the size. Or do we have to make the size smaller for the skin? Is that the way it works? Okay. Huh. And our skin color is just coming off as a little... Yeah, it's a little better. Might be able to get away with just a wave texture plugged in. That's literally what I was going to do. Right on. That's actually literally what I was going to do. Just haven't gotten to that yet. I'm trying to fix, like, it's like going back and forth. But yeah, I was going to do a wave texture. Let's see what that even looks like right off the bat. Yeah. And then let's see. We'll do a few different things. First of all, let's grab a color ramp. And then just make this very clearly the lines that we want. Just make these a little thicker. Honestly, we could probably get away with the fact that they're not... I think if we do something, let's see, like that, we definitely don't want that. Honestly, that's so dang close. It's just, it's so close, it's just not there. It's just not what we want. And I know we could probably fix this. It just would require me to actually UV unwrap this thing. Do Alt H? Why can't I select this guy? Why are the pants not selectable? What is going on? You just can't see the selection? Oh, there's like a plane in the way. That's so funny. Yeah, so let's just do this, and then we'll do UV. Wait a second. Let's go to this angle here. UV. Project from view. And then if we use UVs, and then we swap this to an X or a Z, and then change this scale, I don't even know what it's doing now. But it worked. But it worked. Okay, that's perfect. Let's set the distortion to 0. Oh my gosh. We're getting there, guys. Perfect. Perfecto. Perfecto Patronum. Okay, so we've got this outline here of our pants. Let's do a couple different things though. So we're going to want another one here. Oh my gosh, this is getting confusing. Set this to black. Set that to black, and then we just make that really close. And doesn't this just create like an outline for us? Yes, it does. It does make an outline. Am I overly complicating this? Absolutely. That's what I like. This is entertaining. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you appreciate it. The subtleties of my life. Okay, so we've got this kind of like overall difference between this. Let's use a mix shader, okay? And for everywhere that's white, just plug both these guys in. I don't know why I've done that twice now. Okay. Plug that into the FAC. Now I've got these two values here. And And everywhere that's white, we're going to want it to be darker. So let's just make this one darker. Okay, so now we've got our lines of our darker pants. Yep, that's what we want. And then we're going to want kind of like gold outline of everything. So we'll just duplicate this. Let's get a nice goldy color. Do another mix shader. I don't know why this is all so far up there. But this guy will go into the FAC of that, and then everywhere that's white, we'll put that. So now we've got these outlines around everything, which is perfect. Let's turn that off. And honestly, I don't even know why I'm using separate I don't know why I'm using separate toon shaders. I should just be using these as mix colors. That's probably what I should be doing here. 1 second. RGB value. Why am I doing it inside of cycles instead of Eevee? Because I like pain. That's me. I like pain. And pain is my friend. And that's the reason why I make my choices. Yeah, I was like, I'm using all these different tunes, and then I'm like, well, okay. Now I got to change one setting, and I've got to adjust all of them at the same time. That's so annoying. Well, it looks like, you know, sometimes when you're not thinking things through, life begins to throw hiccups at you. That's what kind of happens. Okay, great. So there's our dark outlines that we want to have there. Use another mix that's on the A using this FAC here. We'll just go ahead and delete all of that. And then this goes into the gold value of that guy. And now if we go view that, we should be creating like a gold line there. Perfect. All we have to do, honestly, is swap these to linear. Great. Now I've got kind of like these gold lines around the dark ones. Okay. And then we'll just move these lines outwards. And again, you know, I'm just making my life a little bit more challenging one by one, but it's okay. Swap that to constant. Beautiful. Okay, so now we're getting those lines. Great. And then we plug all of this into a tune. Not the size, but the color, and then we view that. And then you've got yourself some pants. Perfect, actually. In one go. I think... Yeah, that worked great, actually. That was oh boy, a word I don't know, which means now I gotta Google it to see if it's an okay word. Oh, tedious. Yes, it was tedious. Appreciate it. Oh, man. Okay, so we need our skin shader here for the legs. So we'll probably just make it the same as the body, right? Let's go ahead and select the legs. Oh, of course, I made everything one model. I did that to make it easier on myself. That's what I did. Let's do, is it body? Body skin, select? Yeah, I guess you already... By the way, if you guys are new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We live stream once a week. We try to do things and make it happen. And when we do things and we make them happen, it's great. Other times, not so great. Let's make this a bit sharper. And then let's take this guy and just rotate him. I think it's this one too. Let's rotate you on the 3D cursor. Let's set the 3D cursor to right there. And then let's rotate you around so that way we're creating your jawline a little bit sharper. Gorgeous. I think I just noticed that my overlay window that I have that pops up every now and then is like all off axis. I don't even know how that happened. But it's now centered. I think it was like I've been like moving crap around and then I accidentally did it at one point. Perfect. Okay. So, you know what's a good quandary is whether or not Eevee looks similar. It definitely doesn't. See, I don't like how bright the face is here. Actually, I'm curious with the fog what it looks like. Oh, whoopsies. I turned the wrong thing on. Uh-oh. Computer may crash, and I didn't hit the save button. I think we might, we may have done an oopsie. We may have done something that we shouldn't have done. We may have turned things on that we shouldn't have. I may have crashed the computer. But we haven't figured that out yet. Panic mode. I am not. Do I look like I'm panicking? I don't. I am calm as a cucumber. Okay. I accidentally turned it on. Now I turned it off. See? We're chilling. We're chilling. When you stress out, it doesn't make things better. Were you on CPU for Cycles preview? I was. No, I don't think so. I shouldn't have been. Why was I on CPU? I don't know why I was on CPU. Maybe that could be part of the problem. I am using OpticX. That might be why, guys. You were, yes. You know what? That's a good point. And this is all because I updated my version of Blender and I didn't go through all of the settings. That's what happens. You know what's funny though is at work I do use CPU on purpose because I only have a... Let's see, what do I have? I have two 3080 Ti's, or do I have I have two 3080 Ti's, but I have a 64 core Threadripper, and it's more efficient for me to be using CPU than GPU in that particular instance. Although I think I go back and forth on it all the time, and it kind of just depends. I have noticed on this last job, it would actually crash because it would run out of virtual RAM. So when I was at work. Where do I work? I work at a studio. It's a boutique studio. You guys haven't heard of it. But I do work on like, Warner Brothers or Netflix movies. We get contracted to do jobs for things like that. So those are companies you have heard of. But no, the studio I work for is pretty small. I work for myself. I work for YouTube. Okay. No, I don't. You think I get paid for this? No, I don't. Do this out of the kindness and joy of my heart. As I'm waiting for OpticX to set up all of its shaders and stuff. Because apparently you have to do that I'm going to turn this all off over here. Do you go to college for VFX? I did not go to college for visual effects. Self-taught, man. I don't like how purple the legs are down here. I know that's because of the magenta light. You're in your first year currently. Congratulations. That's awesome. It's a ton of money on a CPU. It is. We did go all out on that computer. Alright, where's my fog? There it is. I was trying to turn my fog on. That's what I was really trying to do. That's a good outline over there. I don't like how purple that is, though. Is that something I'm going to have to adjust? I think it is. I think it is. I really don't like the hair, if I'm being completely honest. It's looking really nice. I think you're being too kind. I'm not enthralled by it. I'm considering my options. What light do we have here? What is this? What is this light? What is this light? Cool. Let's duplicate you. Change you to a point light. Area light. There are a couple things I don't like. I don't like the way her face looks. I don't think that skin color looks good. I also don't like how smooth it is. That's bothering me. I don't like the position of the lights on her face either. Like, there's a number of, like, I think those are the things I don't like. So, like, let's just make... that. Let's go to the size here. Bring that down. Let's change this. Thank you, Emmanuel. Appreciate it. Welcome to the chat. I'm not personally loving it, but I appreciate it. Not dying in love. I think the lighting just needs to be adjusted slightly. That's what I'm working on here. I think that's giving it a little bit a better effect. I felt like it was just not really well lit. That's working a little bit better. So much noise in the shot right now, but... oh, where's the makeup? Her makeup's like gone. Makeup, where'd you go? Oh, it's all that, and it's not even enabled. Well, that was part of it. I wasn't even viewing the makeup. Like all of my additional paintwork. I was like, why does this look so bad? I was like, we spent so much time on it. Okay, that kind of works. Still think the mouth doesn't work because her teeth aren't in it, and I think that's problematic. I need to fix that. I need to fix that. We gotta fix that. That's a must. All right. Let's do this. We're going to select the teeth in here. Let's just hide these guys. And we're gonna just make them their own thing. Okay? And the noise is because the volumetrics, I think. Oh, definitely. The noise is definitely from the volumetrics. Did someone ask, or did I ask something or something? Something or something. Okay, so this top tooth, I think, needs to be its own thing. And you, sir, Alt-P, clear parent, and keep transform. Grab, move up. There we go. You, sir, belong with the top bone. All right. So we'll select this bone. We'll call this upper mouth. And then if we select this guy here, I'm going to create a constraint. Whoops. Not armature. Child of armature upper mouth. And then hit set inverse. That should work. Definitely did not. Upper mouth armature. What do we got going on here? Alt-P clear parent. Well, let's remove that as well. If I grab this... Where is your constraints coming in, buddy? Ah. We'll do that. Oh, whoops. Let's not do that. Let's apply these. Can I apply you? Why can't I apply you? You're a shape key? Okay. Particles, mesh, constraints, objects, data, shape key, apply. Apply all your shape keys. Apply your armature. Then we go back over to our constraints and we'll select child of. Any reason you don't just keep them in the same object and assign a vertex group with max weight paint? Because that's more work, actually. And we'll do set inverse. So now, if I grab this, her teeth move. Perfect. Amazing! She has teeth now, guys. I think her lips are a little glossy. A little glossy. Just a little. She has teeth, chat. Oh, man. I'm going to add a little bit of gloss in there, but not too much, honestly. Chat, she has teeth. Teeth? Chat, she has teeth? Yes. That is correct. We finally gave her teeth. We were getting away with it for a while, all right? We were doing it. We could have made it. We really could have. You just select the object and edit and assign to the vertex group. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, it also worked the way I did it. Maybe the real teeth were the chatters we found along the way. Yeah. All the chatters. Y'all are too much, okay? Y'all are too much. That leg is very purple, but it's really because of this this singular light that I have blasting. This guy right here, he is incredibly... Is that it? It is. And I think I'm fine with that. Alright. It's realistic, kind of. I want to make it maybe a little bit more red. Well, I'm not in love. Let's go ahead and save this. I did want to try this, though. Our lens distortion thing. I want to create a lens sim camera. Can we do that? How do I do that? Oh, it creates a whole new lens. I have to use that whole new lens. Gorgeous. Not really. We're going to get to it, though. It's fine. Then on this new camera, let's go ahead and set the viewport. I'm going to do Control C. Oh, whoops. No. Edit, preferences, add-ons. Can I do copy? No. Maybe it is under extensions now. I don't know. I want to do copy attributes. Let's get that installed. Yeah, this is a lens simulation add-on. If you guys joined my Discord, I linked to it a couple weeks ago when I first got it. But it basically simulates real-world lenses on how they interact with lighting and stuff like that. I understand that we're doing more of a 2D-like effect, but I did want to use it for this. So that's what we're doing. Okay, copy. So this is the one that we are selected on. And then we'll do Control-C, copy... we'll do copy the location. We'll do copy the rotation. And then I'm going to select the old camera here. And we had a 35mm on it. So let's go ahead and select this guy now. And we'll select like a 35mm lens to use. So something like this anamorphic lens of a 35mm. And I don't know if I actually have to go over here and adjust it myself as well. I think I do, but I don't. So it's orthographic. Best fit. Let's see. I want to try a few different lenses. Oh, that's cool. Let's swap this to a 35. I do like the... Yeah, it does simulate chromatic aberration. It does do that. Let's grab this and move this back. We're trying to get a little bit of a wider shot. rotate that, put her on a third, I think. And then we'll change the f-stop here. Which, actually, you know, we don't have a... Where's my focus empty? Oh, it's this guy right here. Sweet. Oh, no, then we don't want to adjust the f-stop. What am I doing? Keep the f-stop as a 1.8. Thank you. Oh, my God. And then we grab this and then move that further over here. About the distance that she is. Just grab that, move it in a little bit. And then I'm going to copy, parent this to that guy. What the heck? Oh, because you're not in render view. So you do have to be in render view in order to be able to kind of see the... Gotcha. That's a little unfortunate, actually, that you can't not be in render view. Can you go to material view? No, you can't. Alas, we are stuck in render view. Cool. For our boot color, let's just do that one real quick, since I haven't done that yet. Can I select my boots? What's going on here? Thank you. Let's go ahead and change the boots here to a tune. Just for like a quick thingy. Probably make the size of that pretty dang small. And roughly the same shader color. They're just, this is a throwaway, honestly, because we're not doing too much with it. The gloves, probably use another wave. Whoa, not wavelength. Never wavelength. Never wavelength. Do you hear me? Let's do that. And tune. We can use this for two different colors, so we'll just use an RGB of something a little like that. And probably something a little bit more red and higher up. And we'll do a mix color. With this plugged into the factor. Keep me on my toes there. Great. For this, though, let's use a color ramp and just... make the lines quite a bit smaller. Perfect. And then that can just go into the factor, and we're good. Let's go check that out. Gorgeous. Move that back down. It's that little extra detail. Did I create... I don't think I did. It's just the way she was meant to be seen, okay? Let's just focus on this section over here. I want to make this... she has like this... Look at this beautiful topology, guys. Something like that. create a new material, new tune, and probably just make this like a really quick material. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Okay. I'm not in love with the camera position right now. Not even in love with this camera position, honestly. Let's see. We're gonna do some stuffs. Okay? We're gonna fandangle some things. All right? We're trying to make this more dynamic. Well, hey, how's it going? Hello to all of the people in India. I'm going to make this as wide as possible. Do they have a fisheye? Like a 35 millimeter, like Helios. Let's see. F-stop focal distance. That's like a 13 millimeter or 10 millimeter Helios. Why is my... Okay. I need to figure out how this works. Disable lenses. Enable lenses. And the 10 millimeter definitely does not look like a 10 millimeter lens. So let's figure out why. It's not the best focal length, sensory width. Well, that's very interesting. Default value. Is that a crop? Okay, so wait. Advanced settings, aperture, lens dirt, emulation. Let's see. Sensor. Unsqueeze. We're not unsqueezing it. Squeeze factor add. I like a squeeze factor. Aperture. Ray gliding, lens distort, split diopter, tilt shift, emulation, object settings, draw lens in 3D view. Let's see, rotation pass. Yeah. Cone, box, sensor. I don't want the vignette. And I don't really know chromatic aberration. We do like some good old chromatic aberration, everybody. Camera scale. I want it to be as wide. Yeah, so that's correct. That's actually zooming it correctly. But the 35 doesn't feel like a 35. The 10 millimeter doesn't really feel like a 10 millimeter. Why does it not feel like a 10 millimeter? Mesh distance. Advanced settings. Lens rotation. This is all new to me, guys. Because like what we could do is just delete that. And then we could use another camera that we create. So we'll just duplicate this one. Control 0. This is using a 35mm lens, for instance. And then we can, you know, just grab this bad boy. I'm going to delete all of the camera information associated with it. I just want it to feel more grounded. Let's set that to like a 20mm or something like that. Yeah. Maybe... I like that. And oh, that's interesting. Did I remove the array aspect of things? I think I did. Okay. We're making changes, guys. We're doing it slowly but surely. It's not even that light that's the problem. I think it's this one. And then this one is a problem because it's casting... Oh no, it's not even that one. It's not that one. It's this one. Kinda don't mind it, but I do mind it at the same time. Let's swap this to a disc. And then let's grab you. Okay, and then this. We're just recomposing this shot. Don't mind me, we're just redoing the whole thing. Okay. Let's take this and duplicate it. They're slightly transparent, so if you layer them, you can actually get different depths to different parts of it, because it'll make this section right here more dense than this section over here, so it'll feel like it's falling off a little bit more. That's because of the transparency that we have mixed into it as well. Her smudge makeup on her face makes her look too Joker. That's just my opinion. So let's tone that back. I'm gonna select the body here, and if we go into our face skin, we have our smear makeup. That's happening right here. And all I have to do is add in a color ramp. And this is just the default values with this color ramp here. But everywhere that's white, maybe we just make it not so much white. And then that makes it so that it doesn't happen quite as much. And I'm going back and forth on this stuff all the time, but well, her lips do need to be darker. I think that's a given, right? So let's see, where's her lip color? Makeup, lips. Her lips are too thick. Is that what it is? Are her lips too thick, guys? Let's select that. If we go into texture paint, I think it's her lips are too thick. She's got big lips. She's not supposed to have big lips. She ain't a big lip kind of girl. I think we gotta thin these bad boys out. And then, of course, adding our Cupid's bow in there. I did save it. I should save it. Image save. Let's go back over to layout, refresh that. Yeah, that works. Works a lot better. Okay. And then our normals that we have here, let's just increase this. A huge change? Yeah, I think so. I think that works really nicely. It's hard when you're matching like a character that is like pretty iconic because you know you kind of have to get it right. If you don't get it right, then everybody kind of knows. To be clear, I don't think I got it right yet, but we're getting closer. And we'll make this a little more dull. Yeah, her skin really is Oh, I think I know what's going on here. Yeah. Y'all will notice every mistake 100%. Like, even the way her facial expressions are made and things like that really matter. Okay. It's funny, my background's jumping all over the place. Let's not have it jump all over the place. That's probably a good idea, right? Think so? I think it's not a bad idea. Okay, so her eye light right. Looks like this ambient occlusion just will never work. It's probably true, it just won't. Okay. And then, well, we're not using, I guess we'll just comp it. I got to figure out that lens plugin because I really want to use it. I can't waste any more time on this specific live stream to use it. But I definitely want to find an excuse to use it because it looks really cool. And yeah, I want to figure it out. I have a couple projects in mind to use it on, so let's see. We're gonna do a fancy one here. We're gonna do a -1 on this. Idea being that trying to create a bit of a vignette here. And honestly, I just might do that over in the actual comp. So here's what we're going to do. I have to render out the whole sequence, but obviously that's going to take forever. So I don't want to do that on stream. Let's actually make some adjustments here. I'm going to render out the sequence. I'm going to render out the sequence off stream, but then right now I'm going to actually just render out a single frame, and then we can comp this because I don't want to do a whole other live stream just to composite. That doesn't seem wise. Okay, that leg is really bothering me. So we're gonna do body skin select. Whoops, body skin select, and we're just gonna deselect everything that's not those legs down there, and then we're gonna create a custom material for it. So we'll just duplicate this body skin, do body skin, and then duplicate it. We'll call these legs skin, and we'll hit assign. And now I think it's this purple. I think that's what our problem is that we have this like purple background that's popping in. Where are you at? I think it's this guy right here. This just needs to get plugged directly into the base color. And directly into the tune. And we just delete this. Perfect. Now that purple is not doing any purpley stuff, which works great for the other part of the body, but not for what we wanted down there. Oh, that looks so much better. That looks way better. Okay, our gun, though, is definitely not the right material. If we're just going to throw a material on it, we might as well just throw a material on it. Let's see. Just going to create a new material. We'll call this bronze gun. Assign. There we go. Oh, and then we didn't even do this piece yet. Let's select bronze gun for this one as well. This is just us getting away with like materials that are just throwaway materials right now. Okay. Gorgeous. Well, let's do this frame. So we'll hit save. I'm going to go over some of the render settings that we're going to be using right now. We will not have motion blur turned on, although you could. You know what? Screw it. Let's turn motion blur on. Under color management, we're going to set the sequencer to Aces CG. And then for our render here, let's output this as OpenEXR multi-layer. And overwrite's totally cool. we will probably be outputting this to our stream directory. So let's go find that real quick. We'll go to streams. Where did am I like an idiot? No, it's projects first, but like I can't read apparently. Projects. Live stream. Streams. Well, I could have just clicked on that up there. I totally get that. Today is a day, guys. It's been a long stream, all right? It's been a long stream. I'm going to select out, and then let's do artist. And then we'll call this anim version 1. And we're just going to do this frame. So I'm going to set my sampling settings. We'll probably just keep default on there, which is I think 4096, although I actually haven't really gone through this to see what really is. And then the color management over here will override it just to make sure that it's being set to ACES CG. Cool. Let's do render image. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, whoa. 1 second. Let's cancel this. I need to turn on a couple things. I want crypto mats. I definitely want crypto mats, since we're doing a very specific thing for color and all that. Please unload your kernels things. We don't care. I'm going to set the render here. Crypto mats. We'll do objects and materials, not assets. We don't need normals. I will say I do like to output normals on pretty much every render ever, and it's because I like the ability to recomp stuff if necessary. Wow, this is going to really take forever on me. Like, I don't care. I will crash you. I'm going to crash you just because I don't want to wait. Yeah, using OpticX is good, but because this is the first time I'm using it, I certainly am going to run into problems. Okay, perfect. Save that. Let's make sure our last few render settings were selected. Great. Let's also make sure under compositing, yeah, we're not using any nodes. We'll do render image. And get this thing to render so that way we can go ahead and comp this inside of Nuke. Meantime, I'm going to close Chrome. There's no need for that. Close all of this. Hey, how's it going? Just rendering away over here. Just get that to full screen. Oh, yeah, this is the moment of the show where we could just kind of chill. Dad joke, let's go. Why couldn't the leopard play hide and seek? Because he's always spotted. Did we play that one earlier, or did I just notice that one earlier when I dropped it in? That one probably went already, I think. Yeah, that was the first one that went. I was going to say, I already kind of knew that one. I'm just here to say hi. Keep going. You're amazing. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. We're just rendering right now, so we're just chilling. How are you doing? How are you doing? And this is going to take forever to load the render kernels initially, because it's the first time opening up this Blender project, or this version of Blender. Hard days before Christmas? Yeah, tell me about it. I feel like this year flew by. Like, it's actually insane. It's all about the melancholy, but I have hope. Always good to have hope. But I appreciate you dropping in. If you're new here, I'm getting a knock on the door. I'm still live, by the way. Letting the peoples know. Oh, motion blur is going to take a moment to render on this too. Oh, I don't have denoising turned on. That's not good. Although this thing rendered in 2 minutes. That's actually pretty sweet. Let's see. We'll keep motion blur turned on. I need denoising on though. Yeah, I didn't turn it on. That's right. Usually it's like automatically on, so I didn't have to. Sample set to 128. That seems incredibly low. We'll try that again. This time I don't have to load the kernel, so this should go pretty quick. Her gun seems to be pointed a little right, in my opinion. And then the legs. Wow. That's a super clean image. I don't love it. But we're gonna use it. Because I'm going to lose my mind if we keep doing this. So we're gonna call this temp. You have no idea where you're from, but in Poland it's 3:30, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Well, hey, you have a great night's sleep. I'm in the U.S., so it's only 6:30 right now. We're just working away. But I appreciate you dropping by. We live stream once a week, so maybe you can come in the next time and check it out. Make sure to hit the subscribe button below. All right, now inside of Nuke, I'm going to set this up to 2 screen, and then we'll load in our temp shot that we have. So I'm going to go to Project, Streams, today's date. We'll go to the Output folder, and under Artist, Anim, Temp, we'll just load that guy in. Because this is a multi-layer EXR, we're going to use a shuffle node, and then swap the combined into our main. And then because also are using, let me see. I kind of want to also load my reference so I kind of have a basis of what I'm trying to make this look like. Resources. Voila, baby. Okay, great. Because, I gotta get my color management set up on this new version of Blender, but I'm gonna just boost the exposure here a little bit. And then, let's see, we want some lens dirt, so maybe we go grab some lens dirt. Let's go to Chrome. I don't have a lens dirt plugin installed on my computer here, but let's see, lens dirt over black. Can we do that? What do we got? Images? Oh yeah. I like this. Lens dirt. This guy? Oh yeah. Tell me about him. This is cool. Go ahead and save that. Go to our downloads folder. Just grab that dust particles in here. Use those to merge over top. I'm going to reformat this, but also, what was our resolution of this guy? We'll set it to HD. Very standard, I guess. Okay. And then sometimes what I like to do is grab a keyer. Whoa. Grab a keyer of the brightest areas of your image. Okay. And if we go to the alpha here, we just blur this. It's probably good. Use another merge node down here, and then we just set, we use a stencil, but we can invert this. Perfect. And then over on this merge node, we then use a stencil. And so that way we are only actually seeing the lens dirt, but where the alpha is. Okay. And then we merge that back over top of our merge. So now we're getting that stuff to appear. Actually, don't mind that. Might make this a little bit less overt. And then we'll use a gradient of the gain being set to that. So that way it kind of lives in the same world. It's the color of the light that we're working on. Am I not showing my split? Sorry. Apologize. I guess you're only seeing the image, which is kind of the most important part. But we basically used an exposure, luminance, and all this jazz to get this image. And then I'm going to merge that over top, this is our dust particles that we have here. Okay, so what would I do without you? Let's go ahead and drop in a lens distortion, though I think we want to do that here. And then we're going to redistort everything back this direction. A little bit more of a lens distortion, I think. And, okay, we're going to fandangle the jazz out of this guy. I don't like the boots. I don't like a lot about this. I think that I may come back on this, but I don't know. We'll see where we get with this, okay? Sometimes you can save stuff inside of the comp, and that's what we are aiming to do today. I hate that. Really don't like it. I don't like this color management, that it's really bothering me. The fact that this doesn't look like what I created inside of Blender is really bothering me. Especially since color is such an important part of these renders. Okay, that looks pretty nice. Let's use a crypto mat now. And select the ground. I'm gonna just grab the ground here, and then we'll just probably after that, then bring down swear you can really just make things look like whatever you guys want inside the comp. I'll tell you that. We want this to feel a little bit more Probably bring the highlights down on this a little bit more. Like adding detail in of the leg there. That works pretty nice. This is all of the leg details that we're bringing back in, kind of just like texturing that to work a little bit better. Another crypto mat. Get this face color to look a little bit closer to what we want. Gorgeous. Another crypto mat. Just kind of generally getting this to work. Amazing. See, just takes a little bit of finagling, guys. Just a little bit of finagling. Actually like the regrain node now a lot better than the regular grain node. Hasselhoff got me hooked on that. Appreciate it. Okay. Now, I think there's a few things that I would like to do. I don't like these boots. I might even reshade the boots. Add in the buckles and stuff like that because we're kind of missing that right now. Though, it doesn't not work. It's just, it's not my favorite. Also, sometimes you got to ask yourself, you ever really going to look at that? I don't know. You ask, I ask you, you tell me. I like to do effect only right now, and then we can just adjust. I always like to do this. I think that it works really well, but if you do change the tolerance here, and then if we change the brightness and then the saturation of this stuff, you can merge this back over top of your original shot. This just adds a little bit of extra pizzazz that, And then of course we can mix this at a lower rate, but mix this back at 0.5. And then with our glow, let's also just make sure we'll set that to a 20. Probably even less. And then we'll do the same thing again, but this time let's set the tolerance to something like a 0.5. This can be a 0.75 instead. And then we'll make the size really small, like a 5. Again, do effect only, because we'll just use back over top of everything. So if we do an over with another screen, just kind of adding that inner glow around certain parts. Gives you that free chromatic aberration type effect. I like to then blur everything 500. And then if we merge that back over top of our image, just use another screen. But this one we're going to make really small. And then this one right here, we'll probably keep this at... Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Some other stuff. Let's go into grade. Let's use another crypto mat now. And if we then select our fence that we have back here. Love to just like darken this stuff, you know, just there's no reason to see it. It even creates a nice silhouette all the way to the back there. Which then, you know, I don't know about that. Super crazy the difference compositing makes. 100%. Like it looks like crap. Oh, that's not even with the correct stuff, but like it looks like crap. I really just don't like the boots. I don't like the boots. We're gonna fix the boots. Can we get this piece of wood here? This is driving me crazy. Use like an exposure node with the plugged into this crypto mat here. How dark can you make this stupid thing go? I don't know, because apparently not dark enough. We're just going to keep making this darker and darker because it's like I screwed up the... I mean, we're using such dramatic lights inside of our Blender scene that it made everything completely blown out in the linearization of it. Awesome. Awesome sauce. And then if we just do like a grade node here at the bottom, sometimes I like to then create like a nice vignette of our image. Something like this might do. And then we'll do an RGBA with a blur. Probably set this to like 300 pixel size. But now we can darken the invert of this actually. I'll probably not want that much. So help draw your eyes to like the correct portions. Probably bring that down a smidge. And I like, let's see what let's do this one. I don't even know what file type that is. Does that file type work with inside of Blender? What is this file type? No file type, not Blender, Nuke. We can also do this. Open image, new tab. I have done this so many times the last like 3 days. It's not even funny. Just screenshot that bad boy and then save this. Just use the screenshotted version. I'm going to then add a dot here, but we're just going to move everything down. I think also I'm not a huge fan of... Let's try this. Okay. Then we use a keyer. I like this. Wait, we're getting there. Beautiful. Don't dislike it. I just kind of want the background to be a little more blue. The snipping tool resonated with you. Fair. Where's this bloom initially coming from? I guess it's always there. Okay, let's figure out a better way of doing that. I basically need to make the background cooler without making this cooler. So I'll probably just add in a roto here of the area in which this is creating this bloom effect to happen. I'm not going to pre-multiply that. And then we'll actually use a merge node, I think. And then, let's see, let's invert that. Let's use a blur node here, and then just blur it like to Kingdom Come. Perfect. That's cool. Actually, just delete that. There we go. Probably want this to be darker too, right? Okay. And then all the way down to there. Let's do that, and then I also kind of want to just select this portion of her. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. Let's Control Z that, and if we disable that, and then we do an invert of that. Wait a second. Okay, so we want the Luma. We want to merge this. And we want to use that to subtract. And then we blur that. There we go. So then this gives us this, which is that. And we scale this up. Great. And then this guy, we'll just booyah. Great. And now just make that all a lot deeper. Software looks so much fun. Yeah, no, Nuke is great. It's also industry standard software. So definitely should pick it up. Let's put today's dates in. So 2024 and then 12/22. version 1. I'll go and say that. This grade node here, let's see. Oh, gotcha. Let's invert that. Perfect. Okay, so then that's going to bring everything down. Which gives it that nice, like, blue shadows effect that we want. I do still think, let's see, the exposure of our luminance should get brought down a little bit. Not that much. Her face looks good, but I don't like what it's doing to her legs or anything else. So let's actually do it this way. Let's use a cryptomat of her face, which I believe is this one. So we use this thing plus this thing, and then that gives us this thing, which is just her face, I think, right? Yes. Alpha. Alpha. So now we're just bringing down her face. Only in the highlights. Okay. And then, let's see. We had this, which we did bring in. Kind of want to use it. Let's see. We're going to reformat. Then we'll merge this. Yeah. And then we'll do as a screen or something like that. We can just copy paste our stuff that we're doing. Probably use the scaling of this set to like a 0.6 or a 0.7. And then here we'll use another merge node, and we only want this to be in around we only want this to be around this section over here. So we'll do so if we just select all of that and then we hit RGBA, we can then go ahead and blur this and set that to a little bit higher so that way it fades out. And then we'll just go ahead and scale this down, but it's mostly supposed to be only available or visible where the gun is shooting. And then we can then make that a lot less visible, but it's mostly just going to be appearing right here where the gun is. And then we'll have to animate this to kind of appear and disappear as the muzzle flash is kind of going off. But that is definitely something that we'll have to do once everything is rendered out. I don't like these boots, but I think I'm going to just fix that off camera. I don't think that's something I'm going to fix right now. It's just not working for me. Boots are just not it, man. Do black on the outside. Reformat. Cool. Preserve bounding box. Right? So we reformat back to that, and then we just say black on the outside. So that way we're keeping like these black edges. Cool. Honestly, looks pretty sweet. Is it the highlights or the materials you don't like on the boots? I think the material is too dark, and then the highlights are too bright, because the highlights shouldn't exist. So I think it's a mixture of both. I think it both sucks. Is that a fair criticism? But does it look like Jinx in Arcane? I would say yes. I feel like we achieved creating Jinx from Arcane. I don't know that it's perfect. Like, I've done renders before, like the Inside Out one, I think was like perfect. This, I don't know. I don't think it was, but I don't think it is, but I don't not think it is. What do you guys think? What are you guys' thoughts? Let me know. This is the shot. And obviously it's not rendered out, but I will render it, and then it'll probably go up to... so all these project files will first... You know what, screw it. Let's fix the boots right now. Might as well. We're live streaming. We're on the stream. We're on the stream right now. Might as well fix it, right? Let's fix the boots. We'll make a leather material. I think that's a little better for the boots. I'm going to take the same normals that I've been using. Oh, you know what? I didn't even use them on the pants. Or the gloves. What? What? Just copy. Copy homework, everybody. Copy somebody else's homework. It's the key to life. Boots. Pants. I think all that's good. Probably didn't have to do that, but I did. And you can't stop me. Okay? You can't stop me. Just realized. I'm not even getting comments down here. Why not? while we're waiting, though, because this is a moment to wait. Did we go through all the dad jokes? I don't know even if we did. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. My live stream was like, yeah, you don't get to see the freaking chat anymore. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. That's insane. I got 55 likes on this live stream while I've been live. Guys, this is an absolute insane live stream. Thank you guys for joining. I mean, it's just crazy. I don't ever get this many people watching. And I certainly don't ever get that many likes on a single live stream. But I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for making this happen. Those boots are so much better. Oh, so much better. I think I like the boots better, guys. That works really nicely. So I think this is it, guys. What do you think? What are your thoughts? The boots are so nice now. Thanks, man. I hated them before. Like, I didn't like them at all. The boots sucked. All right? They sucked. They sucked. And I didn't like it. It was the thing I couldn't fix. Wow, this is looking sweet. I added like this kind of like texturing in there. That works nicely too. Wow. Oh, yeah, it was the highlights too. I think the highlights just made it look, they looked shiny. Like they weren't supposed to be shiny. It was the tune material. It wasn't even a specularity highlight. It was literally the fact that the small was set to tiny. And so it was these insanely bright specular highlights on the dark material. And so I fixed it. I fixed it though. It's fixed. It's not coming back. It's not coming back. We're not changing it back. All right. But yeah, there's the boots. Wow, that looks pretty nice. I can't wait to render this thing out. I'll post these project files, obviously, up onto the Patreon immediately after this stream is over. So if you guys really like this and you guys want to grab these project files, use them for whatever you want, you can download those. The link is in the description. And it helps support the channel. You guys get these project files as well as all the other project files that I ever do on live streams. So check those out. Good Christmas present, for yourself. You know what I'm saying? But thank you guys so much for joining the live stream. I really appreciate it and chatting all along. It's been great. And Pandrick, welcome into the chat. Thank you for joining the stream, though. I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys next week with a new stream. I think we finished this one. I think this one is done. I think we can say that this photo is complete, and we will be moving on to bigger and greater things. Hopefully not bigger, because this was a very difficult shot. But nonetheless, it was a great time. Yes, have a good Merry Christmas to you guys as well. Hopefully you guys have a great time and have fun. I don't know if it's snowing where you guys are at. I live in California, so it does not snow. It's actually warm outside. I'm wearing a sweatshirt because I like wearing sweatshirts and they're comfortable. But that is me. Oh wait, happy holidays. Have a good luck with the final render. Thank you so much. And I think next week is going to be the 29th. So this isn't exactly the last stream of the year, but it's definitely a good one to get pretty close to the end of the year on. So anyways, you guys have a good one. Thank you so much for joining again, and I will see you guys in the next stream. Peace out.